Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I found it while unloading the dishwasher. One of the spoons was bent backward, not just curved, but folded as if someone had grabbed both ends and forced it into a U shape. It wasn't mine. None of my silverware looks like that. I touched it, and the metal was still warm. The rest of the dishes were cold. I checked the sink, empty. No signs of anyone else here. But next to the faucet, there was a single wet fingerprint pointing toward the wall. The fingerprint bothered me more than the spoon. I traced its direction with my eyes, following an invisible line across the kitchen wall until it landed on the corner cabinet. The one I never opened. The one that came with the apartment, locked since I moved in. The landlord said the previous tenant lost the key. I pressed my ear against the cabinet door. Silence, but when I pulled away, I caught a scent that didn't belong, something metallic and sweet, like copper pennies mixed with vanilla. It reminded me of something I couldn't quite place, a memory dancing just beyond reach. That evening, I called the landlord. He sounded tired when he answered, background noise suggesting he was at a restaurant or bar. When I mentioned the cabinet, his voice changed, became careful. "Why do you need to get in there?" I told him about the spoon, about the fingerprint. He was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. "I'll bring a key tomorrow," he finally said. But he didn't come the next day or the day after. When I called again, the number went straight to voicemail. I left 3 messages, no response. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The apartment had been furnished when I moved in, unusual for rentals in this area. The previous tenant had left everything behind, furniture, dishes, even personal items scattered throughout. A coffee mug with lipstick stains still in the sink. A jacket hanging in the closet that smelled like someone else's perfume. I'd assumed they'd been in a hurry to leave. Now I wondered why someone would abandon their entire life. I researched the building's history online. Public records showed the apartment had been vacant for 8 months before I moved in. The previous tenant's name appeared on the lease, a woman. The lease had been terminated abruptly, with no forwarding address listed. I found her social media profile. The photos stopped posting exactly 9 months ago. Her last post was a picture of a home-cooked meal, the same plates I now ate from every day. The caption read, "Sometimes you have to do things you never thought you could do." The comments below were concerning. Friends asking if she was okay, if she needed help. One comment from someone claiming to be her sister, "Please call me. We're worried. This isn't like you." No responses from her. I printed the photos and spread them across my kitchen table. In several images, I could see the corner cabinet in the background. In one photo, it appeared to be slightly open, revealing darkness inside. I magnified the image on my computer screen, adjusting the brightness and contrast. There was something inside, something that caught the light. I bought a crowbar. The cabinet opened with surprising ease, as if the lock had been broken from the inside. The smell hit me immediately, that same metallic sweet scent, now overwhelming. Inside, I found a collection of items that made my hands shake. Personal documents, photographs, jewelry, and a small digital recorder. The photographs showed the same woman from the social media profile, but these were different, intimate, private. Someone had been watching her, documenting her daily routines. Pictures taken through windows from across the street, inside what appeared to be her workplace. The documents were more disturbing. Printed emails, text message screenshots, handwritten notes tracking her schedule. Someone had mapped out her entire life with obsessive detail. I picked up the digital recorder with trembling fingers and pressed play. Her voice filled the kitchen, shaky and frightened. Day 12, he's still leaving things. Yesterday it was a bent spoon in my dishwasher. The same way he used to bend them when we were together to show me how strong he was, how he could break things if he wanted to. I've changed the locks 3 times, but somehow he keeps getting in. I paused the recording. My throat felt tight. Day 15 found another fingerprint by the sink, always pointing toward the cabinet. I think he wants me to know he's been here, that he can reach me anywhere. The police won't help. They say there's no evidence of forced entry, no proof it's him. But I know his fingerprints, I know his smell. The recording continued for what felt like hours. Days of fear documented in a voice that grew more desperate with each entry. She talked about restraining orders that were ignored, about sleeping with furniture pushed against the door, about the way certain objects would appear in her apartment, always bent, always broken, always a reminder of his presence. Day 23, I think he's been eating here, using my dishes. The food disappears, but new things appear in the refrigerator, things I didn't buy. He's playing house, pretending we're still together. The final entry was barely a whisper. Day 27. I found photos of myself sleeping. He's been in my bedroom. I can't stay here anymore. I can't stay anywhere. If something happens to me, his name is... The recording cut off. I sat in the silence, staring at the collection of evidence spread before me. Everything pointed to a stalking case that had escalated beyond documentation. But where was she now, and why hadn't this been discovered before? I searched online for missing person reports, for any news about her disappearance. Nothing. No police reports, no missing person alerts, no mention of her name in any database I could access. It was as if she had simply vanished. I called the police anyway. The officer who answered listened to my story with professional detachment. When I mentioned finding the recorder and photographs, he asked if I had touched anything. "You shouldn't have disturbed a potential crime scene," he said. "We'll send someone to take a look." They never came. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound in the apartment seemed amplified. The refrigerator humming, the building settling, water dripping somewhere I couldn't locate. Around what felt like the middle of the night, I heard something that made my blood freeze. The sound of dishes clinking in the kitchen. I crept to the bedroom door and peered out. The kitchen was dark, but I could see a shadow moving near the sink. Someone was washing dishes, slowly and methodically. The same rhythm I heard every evening when I cleaned up after dinner. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The screen showed full bars, but when I tried to dial, nothing happened. The dishwashing stopped. Footsteps approached the bedroom, slow, deliberate, familiar. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath, waiting for whoever it was to push open the door. But the footsteps stopped just outside. I heard breathing, patient and calm. Then a voice I recognized from the recording. "I know you found everything." It was her voice, the missing woman, but that was impossible. "I know you're listening." The footsteps retreated. I heard the front door open and close. I waited until sunrise before leaving the bedroom. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. There was a new spoon in the dish drainer, bent backward in a perfect U shape, still warm to the touch. and next to the faucet, a single wet fingerprint pointing toward the wall. I moved out that morning, packed only what I'd brought with me, leaving everything else behind. The landlord never returned my calls, never asked for the keys back. But sometimes in my new apartment, I find bent silverware in my dishwasher, always warm, always when I'm certain I was alone. I've started wondering if the woman in the recording was ever really the victim. If maybe the person she was afraid of had a reason to be afraid of her instead. And I've started wondering why she wanted me to find that cabinet, why she led me to her story. Because now I'm living it. Crime 2, I was pulling it up to replace it with hardwood, easy job, but near the hallway the carpet resisted. It was glued down in one long section, hard, dried, with the texture of something crusted beneath. I got a blade and cut it open. Underneath wasn't padding, it was plastic, stretched over a panel nailed into the subfloor. I pried one edge up and found stains, not new, not dry, just wrong, the kind that soak upward. The house had been on the market for 2 years. The previous owner left suddenly, according to the neighbor who watched me work through her kitchen window. She mentioned how quiet it had become after the family moved out. No forwarding address, no goodbye, just empty rooms and that carpet nobody wanted to touch. I called my contractor friend to look at what I'd found. He arrived with his coffee and his usual jokes, but his face changed when he saw the plastic sheeting. He'd renovated homes for 30 years, never seen anything like this. The stains had a pattern concentrated in the center, spreading outward like something heavy had been there for a long time. He suggested we call someone, not a contractor, someone else. The police officer who responded seemed tired. She'd seen plenty of old houses with strange modifications. People did weird things to their floors, she said, but when she lifted more of the plastic, her radio came out. Backup arrived within the hour, then the crime scene tape, then the questions I couldn't answer. They asked about the previous owners. I knew nothing beyond what the realtor had told me, a family who'd lived there for 15 years. Quiet people, kept to themselves. The house had been sold through an estate attorney. No direct contact with the sellers, no personal history, just signatures on documents and keys handed over. The forensics team worked for 3 days. They found more under the kitchen tiles. Same plastic, same staining pattern. The bathroom showed signs of extensive cleaning with industrial chemicals. Bleach burns on the subfloor where someone had scrubbed hard enough to damage the wood, the kind of cleaning that goes beyond housework. I stayed in a motel while they worked. The neighbor, the one who watched from her window, brought me coffee and talked. Her memory was sharp about details that seemed unimportant before, like how the family's car would leave at odd hours, how packages were delivered but never picked up from the porch, how their teenage son stopped coming outside. She'd assumed he was busy with school, but now she wondered if there were other reasons. The forensics report took weeks. When it came back, the stains tested positive for human blood. Multiple sources, different time periods. The plastic sheeting was purchased locally, according to receipt fragments found in the garage, bought in bulk over several years, always paid for in cash. I tried researching the family online. Their digital footprint was minimal, no social media profiles, no public records beyond basic property ownership. The son's school records showed frequent absences in his final year. Teachers remembered him as withdrawn, but not unusual enough to report. Just another quiet teenager in a system too busy to notice the difference between shy and scared. The estate attorney couldn't provide much information. The family had contacted him through a third party. All communications were handled by mail. He'd never met them in person. The sale proceeds were wired to an offshore account that closed immediately after the transaction. Professional, clean, untraceable. 3 months later, they found the car, submerged in a quarry 2 states away, empty. The VIN numbers had been filed off, but dental records from personal items inside confirmed it belonged to the family. No bodies, no explanation for how it got there, just another piece of a puzzle that didn't fit together. I still own the house, though I've never finished the renovations. Sometimes I sit in the empty rooms and try to imagine what happened there. The blood patterns suggested violence, but also time. Multiple incidents over years. The forensics team believed at least 3 different people had bled significantly in those rooms. The family had 4 members. The neighbor still watches from her kitchen window. She waves when she sees me, but we don't talk about what we both know. About the sounds she heard but didn't report. About the smell that came from the house during certain seasons. About the way the family looked at each other during the rare times they were seen together, like strangers sharing space rather than people sharing blood. The case remains open. The detective assigned to it calls periodically with updates that aren't really updates, leads that go nowhere, witnesses who remember nothing useful. The family has vanished as completely as if they never existed, except for the evidence they left behind in plastic sheeting and blood-stained floors. I walk through the house sometimes and wonder if I'm alone, not in any supernatural sense, but in a practical one. Whether whoever was responsible for what happened here knows I found their work, whether they're watching from their own kitchen window somewhere, wondering what I've told the police, wondering if I've found everything they left behind. The hardwood flooring I ordered still sits in the garage, unopened. I tell myself I'll finish the project someday, but I know I won't. Some stains go deeper than subflooring. Some truths are harder to cover than old carpet. And some houses hold secrets that change you just by knowing they exist. The neighbor mentioned yesterday that another family has been looking at houses in the neighborhood. Young couple with children. They asked about the house with the police tape, asked if it was safe. She didn't know how to answer. Neither do I. Crime 3, I was cleaning the bathroom when I noticed the edge of the mirror had a slight gap on the left side. I ran my finger along it and felt another edge behind it, metal, a second frame. I tried to shift the front panel and it slid just a little, revealing maybe an inch of space between the 2 mirrors. Inside, I saw something wedged into the gap, a piece of string, and a corner of a torn photo. I pulled it out. The photo showed the back of my head. The image was taken from across the bathroom through the doorway. I could see my shoulders hunched over the sink, exactly as I stood when brushing my teeth each morning. The angle was precise, deliberate. Someone had positioned themselves in the hallway behind me, waiting for the right moment to capture this ordinary scene of my daily routine. My hands started trembling as I examined the torn edges. The paper felt thin between my fingers, older than it should be. I could smell something faint on it, not the chemical scent of photo processing, but something organic. Something that reminded me of the musty odor that sometimes drifted from the basement when humidity levels rose. I pulled the mirror panel further aside and discovered more items crammed into the narrow space. Another photo fragment showing my profile as I walked through the living room. A receipt from the grocery store where I shopped every week with specific items circled in red ink. A small notebook filled with handwriting I didn't recognize, documenting my movements with disturbing accuracy. The notebook entries described my schedule in clinical detail. The time I left for work, when I returned, which lights I turned on first when entering the house. Someone had been watching me for months, recording patterns I didn't even realize I had established. The writing was careful, methodical, like field notes from a research study where I was the unwitting subject. I found myself staring at my reflection in the exposed second mirror. This one was older, its surface slightly clouded with age. Someone had installed it deliberately, creating this hidden compartment behind my everyday mirror. The person who lived here before me, or someone who had access to the house while I was away. The receipt was dated from last month. I remembered that shopping trip clearly. I had bought ingredients for a dinner I never ended up cooking. But someone had been interested enough in my purchases to steal the receipt from my trash, to study what I consumed, what I planned for my evenings alone. I called the landlord, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained what I had discovered. He sounded genuinely surprised, even concerned, but something in his tone made me wonder if his shock was entirely authentic. He promised to come by and examine the mirror installation to determine when it might have been modified. While I waited for him to arrive, I continued searching through the hidden items. I found a key that didn't match any of the locks in my current home, and a business card for a locksmith with a phone number that had been disconnected. The back of the card contained an address written in the same careful handwriting as the notebook. The address led me to a storage facility across town. When I mentioned the unit number to the clerk, she told me it had been rented by the previous tenant of my house, a woman who had moved out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. The clerk remembered her because she had paid for several months in advance, then never returned to collect her belongings. Inside the storage unit, I discovered boxes of photographs and documents related to my house. Pictures of every room, taken from angles that suggested the photographer had spent considerable time inside, studying the layout, memorizing details. Floor plans with notes about sight lines and blind spots. Installation guides for surveillance equipment. But the most disturbing discovery was a folder containing photos of me taken over the past year, long before I had moved into the house. Someone had been following me, documenting my routines at my previous address, studying my habits in preparation for something I couldn't yet understand. The photos showed me at the coffee shop where I used to stop each morning, at the library where I spent weekend afternoons, walking through parking lots with my keys already in hand. The photographer had maintained a careful distance, but the images were sharp, focused, professional. This wasn't random stalking, it was systematic surveillance with a specific purpose. I realized that moving into this particular house hadn't been coincidence. Someone had orchestrated my tenancy, had possibly influenced my decision to rent this specific property. The previous tenant hadn't moved out suddenly. She had been preparing for my arrival, creating a controlled environment where she could continue her observation. The mirror system was just one element of a larger setup. As I examined my house with new awareness, I began noticing other modifications. Tiny holes in walls where cameras might have been installed, electrical outlets that seemed newer than the rest of the house, carpet edges that had been recently reglued, suggesting someone had lifted them to run cables underneath. My phone rang while I was inspecting the bedroom. The caller ID showed my landlord's number, but when I answered, no one spoke. I could hear breathing, and in the background, the faint sound of a television playing the same program I was watching in my living room. Someone was still monitoring me, still collecting data about my reactions to discovering their surveillance network. I never found out who the previous tenant really was, or why she had chosen me as her subject. The police took my report but found no evidence of current criminal activity. The storage unit had been abandoned, the surveillance equipment removed before I discovered it. Even the hidden mirror compartment had been cleaned out by the time investigators arrived to examine my house. But sometimes, when I catch my reflection unexpectedly, I wonder if I'm still being watched. if somewhere in another hidden space I haven't discovered yet, someone is still taking notes about my daily routines, still collecting evidence of a life I thought was private. The feeling of being observed has become part of my normal existence now, a constant awareness that privacy might be nothing more than an illusion we maintain to feel safe in spaces we believe belong to us. Crime 4 I don't alphabetize, I never have, but when I walked past the shelf this morning, something felt off. I stopped, scanned the titles, and realized they were arranged in perfect A to Z order, even the cookbooks, even the one stacked sideways. I opened one at random, and inside was a receipt, burned on one edge, folded 3 times. It wasn't mine. I unfolded it slowly. On the back was a single word written in marker, finished. The receipt was from a hardware store. 2 items, rope and bleach. Nothing unusual except for the date. It was from the week my neighbor disappeared. I've lived in this house for 3 years. The previous owner left suddenly, the realtor said, family emergency. I got a good deal because of it, but now holding this receipt, I wondered what kind of emergency required rope and bleach. The handwriting on the receipt was neat, deliberate, not hurried. Someone took time to write that word. Finished. Finished with what? I checked the other books. Each one had been handled recently. I could tell by the way the dust had been disturbed. Some had small tears in the pages. Others had faint stains on the covers. One had a corner bent in a way that looked intentional, marking a specific page about soil composition and decomposition rates. The smell hit me then, faint but unmistakable. Cleaning solution mixed with something organic, something that had been scrubbed away but never fully removed. It was coming from the basement. I'd avoided the basement since moving in. The previous owner had left it cluttered with old furniture and boxes. The smell was stronger there, embedded in the concrete walls. I pulled out my phone's flashlight and began looking through the boxes. Most contained normal household items, old Christmas decorations, photo albums, tax documents, but one box was different. It was newer, cleaner, and filled with newspaper clippings, all about missing persons cases, all local, all within the past 5 years. There were photos too, not family photos, surveillance photos, people walking alone, getting into cars, leaving work. Some faces were circled in red ink, some had been crossed out. At the bottom of the box was a journal. The handwriting matched the receipt, entry after entry, documenting patterns, work schedules, daily routines, home addresses. The final entry was dated 2 weeks ago. The new resident seems observant, may need to accelerate timeline. My hands were shaking as I read. The journal contained detailed observations about me, my coffee shop visits, my jogging route, the times I left for work, even my habit of leaving the kitchen light on when I traveled. I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving through my living room. The same pace someone would use if they were being careful not to make noise, or if they were looking for something. The basement had another exit, I remembered, a bulkhead that led to the backyard. I grabbed the journal and moved toward it, trying not to make sound on the concrete floor. The footsteps above stopped directly over where I'd been standing. Outside, I circled around to the front of the house. My car was blocked in by a van I didn't recognize. Through my front window, I could see a figure moving through my books, straightening them, arranging them. The same methodical organization I'd discovered that morning. I called the police from my neighbor's house. They arrived quickly, but when they searched my home, it was empty. The van was gone. The journal was gone too. I dropped it somewhere in my panic, but the books remained alphabetized and there was a new receipt in one of them. Same handwriting on the back, resumed. The detective assigned to my case was polite but skeptical. No evidence of forced entry, no fingerprints except mine. The hardware store had no record of the original receipt. Their system had been updated since then. The newspaper clippings I described couldn't be found. But the missing persons cases were real. 7 people over 5 years. All had disappeared from their homes with no signs of struggle. All had been considered low risk by their families. All had lived alone. The detective mentioned that 4 of the 7 had recently moved into their homes. Good deals, he said. Previous owners who had left suddenly due to family emergencies. I've been staying in hotels since then, different ones each night, but I keep finding small signs that someone knows where I am. Books in hotel lobbies rearranged in alphabetical order. Receipts slipped under my door with single words written on them. Soon, ready, almost. The real estate agent finally returned my calls. She admitted something she hadn't mentioned before. The previous owner hadn't left due to a family emergency. He'd simply vanished one day, leaving everything behind. His family had hired her to sell the house and donate the contents. She'd lied about the emergency to make the sale easier. When I asked about the other houses where people had disappeared, she went quiet. Then she asked how I knew about those properties. I told her I'd been researching. She hung up. I've been thinking about the journal entry. The new resident seems observant, not the resident or they or he. The new resident, as if there had been others before me, as if the pattern wasn't about random disappearances, but about something more systematic. Something that required patience, planning, and the ability to disappear completely when necessary. I found the detective's business card in my wallet yesterday, but I didn't remember him giving it to me. On the back, in that same neat handwriting, "Don't look too closely." The hotels aren't safe, the receipts keep appearing, and I've started noticing the same van parked in different locations where I've been staying, always at a distance, always watching. I'm not sure who I can trust anymore. The line between investigation and paranoia has blurred completely. Maybe I'm seeing patterns that aren't there. Maybe the stress has made me unreliable. Or maybe I was never supposed to find that first receipt. The books in my house are still arranged alphabetically. I checked yesterday when I went back for some clothes, but there was one edition, a new book I'd never seen before, placed exactly where it belonged in the sequence. Inside the front cover, another note, "Welcome home." Crime 5, I live alone, I don't cook much, but when I opened the freezer it was packed to the top with containers. Identical ones, unmarked, stacked tight, frost clung to the edges. I pulled one out, it was heavy, sealed with black tape. I shook it, no sound. I let it thaw in the sink and stood back, staring at it. I didn't open it. But now there's one less container than before, and I never touched the others. The landlord had been evasive when I asked about the previous tenant, just said they'd left suddenly, personal emergency. Their deposit covered the cleaning, he said, but clearly nobody had touched that freezer. The smell hit me first when I'd moved in 3 weeks ago, something sharp and chemical, like bleach mixed with something organic. I'd scrubbed every surface, but it lingered. I started keeping a mental count. 17 containers, all identical, clear plastic with black lids, each one wrapped in that same black tape around the rim. Industrial looking, the kind of thing you'd see in a restaurant kitchen or a medical facility. I'd worked in enough labs during college to recognize the efficiency of it. Someone had a system. The container in my sink had been thawing for 2 days. A dark liquid pooled at the bottom, thick and rust-colored. I couldn't bring myself to lift the lid. Instead, I called the landlord again. "You never told me what the previous tenant did for work," I said. A pause, why would that matter? Just curious, they left a lot of stuff in the freezer. Food spoils, throw it out. This doesn't look like food. Another pause, longer this time. Look, they paid their rent on time, kept to themselves, that's all I know. But that wasn't true. I'd seen him talking to the neighbors, Mrs. Chen from downstairs. She'd lived here for 15 years, knew everyone's business. When I knocked on her door, she looked nervous. The person upstairs, I said, did you know them well? She shook her head quickly. Very quiet, worked strange hours, always carrying bags up and down. What kind of bags? Heavy ones from the car to the apartment, sometimes very late. She glanced toward the stairs. I mind my own business, but the smell started about 6 months ago. What kind of smell? Chemical like a hospital and something else. She wrinkled her nose, sweet but wrong, you know. I knew I'd been living with it for weeks. Back in my apartment, I opened the freezer again. 16 containers now, I was certain. The frost had shifted, leaving a clear outline where the 17th had been, but I hadn't moved any others. The remaining containers sat in perfect rows, like soldiers waiting for orders. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Container removed from freezer, I said to the camera. Approximate dimensions, 6 inches by 4 inches by 3 inches deep. Weight maybe 2 pounds when frozen. I zoomed in on the container in my sink. The liquid had separated into layers now, dark at the bottom, clearer on top. The building's security cameras had been broken for months, according to Mrs. Chen. Convenient, but the parking garage next door had working cameras. I walked over and found the attendant, a college kid with bored eyes. You keep those recordings long? I asked, pointing to the camera monitor. Couple months, maybe 3. Why? Someone's been using my parking spot. Thought I might catch them on camera. He shrugged and pulled up the system. What's your spot number? I gave him the number for the space closest to my building's entrance. The one that had been empty since I moved in, even though Mrs. Chen said the previous tenant had a car. The footage showed the same pattern for months. A dark sedan arriving between midnight and dawn, always the same spot. The driver wore a baseball cap pulled low, but I could see them carrying bags from the trunk, heavy bags that required both hands. The last recording was dated 6 weeks ago. Weird, the kid said. They just stopped coming. I downloaded the footage to my phone and walked back home. The container in my sink had thawed completely now. The tape peeled away easily, as if it had been applied and removed before. Inside, packed in that rust-colored liquid, were small white objects, perfectly preserved, perfectly organized.
There you go.
Human teeth, different sizes, some with fillings, some without, arranged in neat rows like specimens in a lab. The liquid wasn't blood, it was preservative. The same kind they used in medical schools, in research facilities. I sealed the container and put it back in the freezer. 16 containers remained, 16 more collections waiting to be discovered. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That my freezer was full of preserved human remains, that I'd been living with evidence for weeks without reporting it. The previous tenant hadn't left suddenly. They'd been planning this. The systematic storage, the precise preservation, the careful timing. Someone had been collecting these specimens for months, maybe years, and now I was part of it. I started researching missing persons reports, dental records, cold cases involving unidentified remains. The pieces fit together too well. A body goes missing, but the teeth remain. perfect identification, stored and cataloged like a trophy collection. Mrs. Chen knocked on my door that evening. She looked pale. "I remembered something," she said, "about your predecessor. They used to work at the dental college downtown, night shifts, cleaning crew maybe, or something in the labs. Did you ever see them with anyone else?" "Once another person wearing scrubs. They were carrying a cooler between them, very careful with it." The realization hit me slowly. This wasn't random. Someone at the dental college had access to extracted teeth, surgical waste, specimens that should have been properly disposed of. Instead, they'd been taking them home, collecting them, preserving them. But why? I opened the freezer again, 16 containers, all identical, all waiting. The system was too organized, too methodical to be the work of someone unstable. This was professional, clinical, someone who understood preservation, who had access to medical supplies, who could work with biological materials without leaving evidence. The smell in my apartment wasn't going away. It was getting stronger, and I realized that the containers weren't just storage. They were part of something larger, a research project, a collection, a record of something that shouldn't exist. I moved the container with the teeth to my refrigerator and waited. If someone was still monitoring this apartment, still checking on their collection, they'd know something was missing. They'd come back. That night I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate. They stopped outside my door. I held my breath and listened. The doorknob turned slightly, testing, locked. The footsteps moved away, but I heard them on the fire escape outside my window. Whoever had been collecting these specimens was still here, still watching, still working. I never opened the other containers. I never called the police, because I realized that I'd become part of the system now, the keeper of someone else's collection, the next link in a chain I didn't understand. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if the previous tenant left voluntarily, or if they became part of the collection too. Another specimen, perfectly preserved, waiting in a freezer somewhere else. The containers are still there, 15 now. I keep count, but I don't look inside, because I know that some truths are too dangerous to discover, and some systems are too perfect to disrupt. I live alone. I don't cook much, but I know exactly what's in my freezer. Crime 6, I was vacuuming under the hallway runner when I felt it catch. I pulled the rug back and saw a seam in the floor, barely visible, but there. A square outline. I tapped it and it gave a hollow knock. I found the edge and pried it open. There was a handle underneath, metal and cold. I lifted it, expecting pipes or wires. Instead, I saw wooden stairs leading down into blackness, air rising from below like breath. I closed it. I haven't opened it since. But sometimes the rug shifts on its own. The house belonged to my uncle. He died suddenly, left it to me in his will. I'd been living there for weeks before I found the trapdoor. The lawyer had mentioned storage spaces, but nothing about this. When I called him, his voice went quiet for a moment before he said he'd never seen any basement plans. The silence stretched long enough that I heard him swallow. I started paying attention to things I'd missed before. The hallway felt colder than the rest of the house. The floorboards didn't match exactly, newer wood mixed with older planks like someone had done repairs. When I knelt and ran my fingers along the edges, I could feel where they'd been cut and fitted back together. The work was careful, deliberate. My uncle had been a quiet man, lived alone for decades after his wife died. The neighbors described him as polite but distant. One woman across the street mentioned seeing lights in his house at strange hours, moving through rooms that should have been empty. She'd assumed he was having trouble sleeping. Now I wondered what kept him awake. I found a box of his papers in the bedroom closet. Medical records, utility bills, nothing unusual. But underneath, wrapped in plastic, was a collection of newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, all young women, all from nearby areas spanning back 30 years. Some had notes written in my uncle's handwriting, locations, dates, details about their disappearances. My hands shook as I read them. The clippings were organized chronologically. The earliest ones were yellow, brittle. The most recent was from just months before his death, a college student who'd vanished walking home from work. Her photo showed a girl with dark hair and a bright smile. In the margin, my uncle had written coordinates in a single word, basement. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I moved the rug and opened the trapdoor. The wooden steps creaked under my weight. The air below was stale, heavy with moisture and something else, sweet and cloying like flowers left too long in water. I descended slowly, my phone's flashlight cutting through the darkness. The basement wasn't what I expected. It was larger than the house above, extending under what should have been the yard. The walls were concrete, painted white, but stained with water, damage, and age. In one corner stood a workbench with tools arranged neatly on pegboard. Shovels, rope, plastic sheeting. Everything you'd need for home improvement projects or other things. Along the far wall I found them. Wooden crates, each about the size of a coffin. Some were newer than others. The wood on the oldest ones was dark with age and something that might have been moisture. I didn't open them. I couldn't, but I counted 12. I backed away, my breathing sharp in the enclosed space. That's when I noticed the photographs taped to the wall above the workbench. Polaroids faded with age, young women all with the same terrified expression. Some I recognized from the newspaper clippings, others I didn't. In each photo they were sitting in what looked like this same basement, hands bound, eyes wide with fear. I ran upstairs and slammed the trapdoor shut. My phone had no signal in the basement, but now I could call the police. I dialed the number, my fingers trembling against the screen. But as it rang, I noticed something that made me freeze. In one of the photos I'd glimpsed, barely visible in the background, was a piece of furniture I recognized. A chair that now sat in the living room. A chair I'd been using every evening to read. The police arrived within the hour. 2 officers, both middle-aged, both skeptical until I showed them the trapdoor. The first officer descended while the second stayed with me. After several minutes, we heard footsteps on the wooden stairs. The officer emerged pale, immediately reaching for his radio. Within hours, the house became a crime scene. Investigators, photographers, medical examiners. They worked for days, removing evidence, taking measurements, documenting everything. The crates contained what I'd feared remains, some recent, others decades old. 12 victims, all matching the missing persons reports I'd found. But here's what I can't reconcile. The coroner determined that some of the remains had been placed there recently, within the past year. My uncle had been dead for 8 months when I found the basement. Someone else had been using this space. Someone with access to the house, someone who knew about the trapdoor. I went through my uncle's belongings again, more carefully this time. In his desk drawer, hidden behind the back panel, I found keys I didn't recognize. House keys, newer than the rest, still bright and unscratched. One for the front door, one for the back, and one for a lock I couldn't identify. Someone else had keys to this house. The investigation concluded that my uncle was the perpetrator. The evidence was overwhelming, his prints on the tools, his handwriting in the notes, his presence in the house for decades. But the timeline didn't make sense. The most recent victim had disappeared months after his death, and the body showed signs of being placed there even more recently than that. I asked the detective about it. He shrugged, said cases like this were rarely clean. Maybe my uncle had an accomplice. Maybe the timeline was wrong. Maybe the evidence had been disturbed. He seemed eager to close the case, to have answers that fit the narrative they'd constructed. But I kept thinking about those keys, about the lights the neighbor had seen moving through empty rooms, about the rug that sometimes shifted on its own, as if someone else was walking through the hallway, someone who knew exactly where the trapdoor was hidden. I moved out immediately, couldn't stay another night, but I drive by sometimes and I've noticed things. Lights in the windows when the house should be empty. The front yard, which had been overgrown, is now neatly maintained. Someone is taking care of the property, someone who has keys. The house is supposed to be sealed as evidence, but when I called the police station to ask about it, they said the investigation was closed. No one was monitoring the property anymore. No one was supposed to have access, yet someone clearly does. I've considered going back, confronting whoever is there, but every time I get close, I remember those photographs, those terrified faces. I remember the smell in that basement, sweet and wrong. I remember that my uncle died months before the last victim disappeared, and that someone else knew about that hidden room. The case is officially solved. My uncle was a serial killer who operated for decades from that basement. The evidence supports this conclusion. But the evidence doesn't explain who has been continuing his work, who has been using his tools, who knows where he hid the bodies. Sometimes I wonder if I should have looked more carefully at those photographs, if I should have studied the faces of the victims more closely. Because in my dreams I keep seeing that last photo, the one taken most recently. The victim's face was turned slightly away from the camera, but something about her seemed familiar. Something about the shape of her jaw, the way her hair fell across her shoulders. I never went back to check. I don't think I want to know if the face in that photograph was someone I recognized. Someone who might have visited that house after my uncle died. Someone who might have trusted whoever answered the door. The rug is gone now, removed as evidence. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed in my new apartment, I still feel like the floor beneath me isn't solid. Like there might be hollow spaces underneath, hidden rooms where terrible things happen in the dark. And sometimes, very late at night, I get calls from numbers I don't recognize. When I answer, there's only breathing on the other end. Slow, deliberate breathing, like someone waiting for me to say something first. Like someone who knows exactly who I am and where I used to live. I never speak during these calls. I just listen to the breathing and wonder if it belongs to whoever has the keys to my uncle's house. Whoever knows about the basement, whoever might still be using it. The calls always end the same way, a soft click like someone gently placing a phone back in its cradle. But just before the line goes dead, I sometimes hear something else. A faint creaking sound like old wooden stairs under someone's weight, like someone descending into darkness, carrying on work that should have ended with my uncle's death. I've changed my number twice, the calls still come. Crime 7, I left it on the couch like always, but when I came back it was gone. I found it an hour later in the bathroom sink, tightly wrapped in twine. Each loop was perfect, evenly spaced, knotted with care. I didn't hear anything, no footsteps, no creaks. The sink was dry, but the ceramic was chipped at the base as if something heavy had been slammed down. I tried turning on the TV. It wouldn't respond. The remote is still tied up, untouched, sitting on the counter. I can't bring myself to cut it open. The detective looked at me like I was wasting his time. I showed him the remote, explained about the twine, the chip in the sink. He wrote nothing down, just asked if I'd been drinking, if I lived alone, if I had any enemies. The questions felt rehearsed, distant. When I mentioned the smell, he finally looked up from his notepad. What smell, he asked. I told him about the metallic scent that lingered in the bathroom, sharp and clean like freshly cut wire. He nodded, but his eyes had already moved to the door. I kept the remote in a plastic bag after that. The twine was coarse, the kind used for gardening or packaging. I traced each knot with the tip of my finger through the plastic. Someone had taken their time. Someone had been in my house, touched my things, and left me a message I couldn't decode. The detective never called back. I started checking the locks obsessively, counting the steps between rooms, memorizing the placement of every object. My neighbor mentioned seeing someone near my back door the week before. She described a figure in dark clothing, moving slowly, deliberately. When I pressed for details, she became vague. Maybe it was just the mailman, she said, or someone from the utility company. But her eyes darted away when she spoke, and she kept glancing at the gap between our houses where the fence was broken. I walked that path later, looking for footprints, disturbed earth, anything that might confirm what she'd seen. The ground was hard, unforgiving. Nothing remained but the memory of her nervous laughter. I decided to review the security footage from the house across the street. The family had installed cameras after a break-in months earlier. They agreed to let me look, but only if I came over myself. The footage was grainy, black and white, jumping between angles every few seconds. I watched myself leave the house, saw the empty driveway, the stillness of the afternoon. Then at the edge of the frame, a shadow moved, brief, human-shaped, but gone before I could focus on it. The timestamp was corrupted, showing only static numbers that meant nothing. The woman who lived across the street stood behind me as I watched. She kept sighing, shifting her weight from foot to foot. When I asked to see the footage again, she said the system automatically deleted files after a week. But I had seen something in her expression when the shadow appeared on screen: recognition, fear. She walked me to the door quickly, her hand on my back, pushing gently but insistently. Before I left, she whispered that she'd seen me in her backyard that morning, standing by the fence, staring at my house. I told her she was mistaken. I'd been inside all morning, working on my laptop, never stepping outside. She closed the door without another word. I couldn't sleep that night. The remote sat on the kitchen counter, still wrapped, still untouched. I found myself walking to the bathroom repeatedly, staring at the chipped sink, running my fingers along the damaged ceramic. The chip was fresh, white against the older stains. Something had struck it with force, but the impact pattern was wrong for a dropped object. It looked deliberate, calculated. I took photographs from every angle, measured the chip with a ruler, documented everything I could think of. But the evidence felt thin, circumstantial, a story only I could see. The mail brought a letter addressed to the previous tenant. I'd been getting his mail for months, usually bills or advertisements I simply marked as returned to sender. This one was different. Handwritten address, no return information, postmarked from somewhere I didn't recognize. Inside was a single photograph, my house, taken from the broken section of fence. The image was sharp, professional, but the angle was wrong, too low, as if the photographer had been crouching or lying down. Written on the back in careful block letters were the words, "You were always watching." I showed the photograph to the detective when he finally returned my calls. He studied it briefly, then placed it in a folder with other documents I couldn't see. He asked about the previous tenant, about forwarded mail, about my relationship with the neighbors. I told him about the woman across the street, about her claim that she'd seen me in her yard. He wrote everything down this time, but his questions seemed to circle around me rather than the facts. When I mentioned the letter, he asked if I'd kept the envelope. I had. He bagged it along with the photograph, but his movements were mechanical, procedural. He didn't seem to expect either item to lead anywhere. Days passed, I started finding things in different places. Small things at first, a coffee mug in the bathroom, a book on the wrong shelf, a pen on the kitchen table that I was certain I'd left in the bedroom. Each discovery brought the same cold realization. Someone had been inside. Someone was still coming inside. I changed the locks, installed a security system, covered the windows with heavy curtains. but the feeling remained, the sense that I was being observed, studied, catalogued. The woman across the street stopped making eye contact when I passed her house. She'd hurry inside when she saw me, pulling her children close, locking the door with deliberate emphasis. I started walking different routes, avoiding her street entirely, but I could feel her watching from behind the curtains. One evening I saw her speaking to another neighbor, both of them glancing toward my house as they talked. Their conversation stopped when they noticed me. They separated quickly, both heading in different directions without another word. I finally cut the twine. The remote fell apart in my hands, the battery compartment cracked, the buttons loose and unresponsive. Inside, wrapped around the circuit board, was another length of twine, this one holding a small piece of paper. The paper was blank except for a single word written in pencil: remember. I stared at it for a long time, trying to understand what I was supposed to remember, what I had forgot. The handwriting was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Neat, careful, practiced. The kind of handwriting taught in schools decades ago. The detective called that afternoon. They'd found the previous tenant. He'd been living in a facility for the past year, unable to care for himself, his memory deteriorating rapidly. The photograph couldn't have come from him. The detective's voice was different now, more careful, more interested. He asked if I'd be willing to come in for another interview, to go over the timeline again, to help them understand what they might have missed. I agreed, but something in his tone made me hesitate. He wasn't asking about the intruder anymore. He was asking about me. I sit here now looking at the remote, at the twine, at the blank piece of paper with its single word. The house is quiet, but it doesn't feel empty. I can sense movement in the spaces between sounds, presence in the shadows between objects. The truth is starting to form, but it's not the truth I expected to find. The detective was right to be suspicious. The woman across the street was right to be afraid. The remote was a message, but not from an intruder. It was from me to me, a reminder of something I'd chosen to forget. The twine, the careful knots, the deliberate placement, all of it was mine. I just don't remember doing it. Crime 8, I always sleep on the left. My pillow dips slightly from years of use, but when I woke up, the pillows were reversed. Mine was on the right, fresh dents pressed into the surface. Like someone else had slept there. I touched it. It was warm. I looked around. Nothing was disturbed, not even the sheets. But inside the pillowcase, tucked deep in the corner, was a folded paper napkin. It had the faint outline of teeth marks. The napkin felt familiar between my fingers. The texture was rough, institutional. The kind you find in hospital cafeterias or government buildings. I unfolded it carefully, trying not to tear the delicate edges. There were no words, just those impressions. Bite marks pressed into the paper like someone had been nervous, chewing on it during a conversation they didn't want to have. I sat on the edge of the bed, still holding the napkin. The room felt different somehow. Not violated exactly, but shifted. Like furniture moved an inch to the left and then put back, leaving everything almost right, but not quite. The air tasted stale, carrying a scent I couldn't place. Something metallic mixed with the faintest trace of cologne I didn't recognize. My first instinct was to call the police. Someone had been in my house while I slept, but as I reached for my phone, doubt crept in. What would I tell them? That my pillows were switched, that I found a napkin with bite marks. They would ask if anything was stolen, if doors were broken, if I had any proof of entry. I had none of those things, just a feeling and a piece of paper. Instead, I walked through each room methodically. The front door was locked, deadbolt engaged. The back door the same. Every window latched tight. No scratches on the locks, no disturbed dust on the sills. Whoever had been here knew their way around, or had a key. That thought made my stomach turn. I counted the people who had access. My ex-partner had returned theirs months ago. My sister kept a spare, but she lived across the country. The property manager had one, but I barely knew him beyond our brief meetings about lease renewals. Then there was the neighbor who watered my plants when I traveled, but she was in her 70s and could barely manage her own stairs. I made coffee with shaking hands. The routine helped calm my nerves, but as I waited for it to brew, I noticed something else. The kitchen sponge was in the wrong place. It usually sat in the corner of the sink, but now it rested perfectly centered, still damp. Someone had used it recently and placed it back with the careful precision of someone trying not to leave traces. The coffee tasted bitter despite using the same beans as always. I sat at my kitchen table, studying the napkin under the overhead light. The bite marks were deliberate, not random. Someone had folded this napkin and bitten down hard enough to leave clear impressions of their front teeth. The pattern suggested anxiety, repetitive motion, like a nervous habit during a difficult conversation. I pulled out my laptop and started searching through old photos, looking for anything that might connect to the napkin. Hospital visits, government offices, anywhere institutional food might be served. The search felt futile, but I needed to do something with the nervous energy building in my chest. Hours passed. I found nothing concrete, but patterns started emerging. Small things I had dismissed before now seemed significant. The coffee shop where I went every morning had started serving my usual order before I asked for it. The barista said I had called ahead, but I never called ahead. My mail had been arriving opened and carefully resealed, the adhesive slightly off-center. The woman who lived next door mentioned seeing lights in my house during a weekend when I was supposed to be out of town. Each detail alone meant nothing. Together, they painted a picture I didn't want to see. I called my sister that afternoon. She answered on the first ring, her voice bright and familiar, but when I described the napkin and the switched pillows, her tone changed. She became careful, measured. She asked if I had been sleeping well, if work stress was getting to me. Her concern felt genuine, but underneath was something else. Relief maybe, like she had been expecting this call. That evening I installed new locks and checked every window twice before bed. But as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, I realized the locks wouldn't matter. Someone had been watching me long enough to know my routines, my habits, my schedule. They knew which side of the bed I slept on, knew how I arranged my kitchen sponge, knew exactly how to slip in and out without leaving obvious traces. The napkin sat on my nightstand, a constant reminder that my private space wasn't private at all. I picked it up again, running my fingers over the indentations. The teeth marks were precise, almost surgical. This wasn't random. This was planned. I started keeping a journal of everything unusual. The coffee orders I didn't place. The mail that arrived already opened. The neighbors' comments about lights in my house. The barista who knew my order before I spoke. Each entry made the pattern clearer, but also more confusing. Why would someone go to such elaborate lengths just to switch my pillows and leave a chewed napkin? Unless the napkin wasn't meant to be found. Unless it fell out of their pocket during whatever they were really doing in my bedroom. 3 weeks later, I found another one. This time it was wedged between my couch cushions, folded just like the first. Same institutional texture, same nervous bite marks, but this one had something else. A faint smudge of lipstick on one corner, a shade I didn't own, in a color I never wore. I held both napkins up to the light, comparing the bite patterns. They matched perfectly. Same person, same nervous habit, but now I had another clue. Someone who wore lipstick, someone who got nervous during conversations. Someone who had access to institutional napkins in my house. The pieces started connecting in ways I didn't want to acknowledge. My sister's careful questions about my sleep, her relief when I called about the first napkin. The lipstick shade she had started wearing during her last visit, months before she moved away. The plant watering arrangement with my elderly neighbor, who always asked such detailed questions about my schedule. But my sister lived across the country. She couldn't be sneaking into my house regularly unless she wasn't really across the country, unless the move was a story, a cover for something else, unless the concerned phone calls were her way of checking whether I had noticed anything yet. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping well. Every sound made me freeze. Every shadow seemed like movement. I installed cameras, but they showed nothing unusual, just empty rooms and normal daily life. Whoever was doing this knew about the cameras too. The third napkin appeared in my car, tucked under the driver's seat, folded with the same precise care. This time the bite marks were deeper, more frantic, and there was something else. A hair, long, dark, with the faint chemical smell of professional dye. I know that hair, I know that shade of lipstick. I know those teeth marks because I've watched those same nervous habits through years of family dinners and holiday visits. The person leaving these napkins isn't a stranger. They're someone who knows exactly how to move through my life without being seen because they helped create that life in the first place. But I can't prove it. I can't even understand why. What could be worth this elaborate surveillance? What secrets are hidden in my ordinary life that require such careful watching? The napkins keep coming, different locations, same patterns, same bite marks, same careful folding. I've stopped looking for them actively, but they appear anyway. In my gym bag, my desk drawer, my coat pocket. Always folded, always chewed, always placed where I'll eventually find them. I don't sleep on the left side anymore. I switch positions randomly, hoping to disrupt whatever pattern they're tracking. But the pillows still get moved, the sponge still gets centered. My life continues to be quietly, carefully rearranged by someone who knows it better than I do. Sometimes I catch myself biting napkins during stressful conversations. The habit is contagious, apparently. Or maybe it was always mine, and I just never noticed until someone else started leaving the evidence behind. The truth is probably simpler than I want to admit. The truth is probably sitting in my phone contacts, concerned and caring and asking all the right questions about my well-being. The truth probably sent flowers when I got the promotion and remembered my birthday even though we don't talk much anymore. But truth and proof are different things, and some patterns are easier to live with than to unravel. Crime 9, I check the footage every morning. Habit, nothing ever happens here. But today the file list was blank, no recordings, no notifications, just a message, no motion detected. I checked the settings, everything was on, battery full, signal strong, but then I looked at the lens. It was smeared with something oily like someone had wiped it with a gloved hand, and beneath the smudge, carved faintly into the plastic, was a small X. The X bothered me more than the missing footage. Anyone could disable a camera, kids playing pranks, burglars scouting, but carving that mark took intention, time, it felt personal. I called the neighbor across the street. She always knows what's happening on our block. Her voice was different when she answered, quieter. She'd seen someone in dark clothing near my door around midnight, tall figure moving carefully. She'd assumed it was me coming home late from work, but I'd been home all evening watching television in my living room. The more I thought about it, the more details surfaced. The sound of my gate clicking shut had woken me briefly during the night. I dismissed it as wind. Now I remembered the deliberate rhythm of it, like someone testing the latch, learning its sound. I went through my phone, checking messages from the past week. Nothing unusual, work emails, family texts, but then I found something I'd forgotten. A delivery notification for a package I never ordered. The tracking showed it had been delivered and signed for by someone with illegible handwriting. I'd never received any package. The delivery company's customer service was useless. The driver didn't remember the specific delivery. The signature was just a scribble, but they confirmed the package had been marked as delivered to my address during a narrow window when I was definitely home. Someone had intercepted it before it reached my door. I started paying attention to things I'd been ignoring. The way my mailbox sometimes sat slightly ajar when I was certain I'd closed it properly. How my outdoor trash bins were occasionally positioned differently than I'd left them. Small shifts that could be explained by wind or maintenance workers, but formed a pattern when viewed together. The neighbor mentioned she'd noticed the same dark figure on other nights too, always around the same late hour, always moving with purpose. She'd thought it was someone from the neighborhood walking their dog without a leash, but there was never any dog. I installed a backup camera, hidden and wireless. Within 2 days, it captured something. The figure returned, tall, wearing a hood that obscured their face completely. They moved directly to my door, produced a small tool, and worked on the original camera for several minutes. Their movements were practiced, efficient. This wasn't random vandalism. But what disturbed me most was how they moved around my property. They knew exactly where to step to avoid the motion sensor lights. They understood the layout of my yard, the position of my windows, the blind spots in my security setup. This person had been watching for much longer than I'd realized. I took the footage to the police. The officer was polite but skeptical. No actual crime had been committed. Property damage was minimal. The missing package could have been a delivery error. People tampered with cameras all the time, usually teenagers or disgruntled neighbors. He suggested I install better lighting and maybe consider a more comprehensive security system. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was preparation for something larger. The systematic way they'd learned my routines, the careful testing of my defenses. The carved X felt like a mark of completion, a sign that whatever surveillance phase they'd been conducting was finished. I started varying my schedule, coming home at different times, leaving lights on randomly. I installed additional cameras and changed all my locks, but the more precautions I took, the more paranoid I felt. Every sound outside became significant. Every unexpected shadow demanded investigation. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. My mail carrier mentioned seeing someone regularly checking my mailbox from across the street, not approaching it but watching, using binoculars from a parked car. The car was always different, but the watcher was consistent. Same build, same careful observation pattern. I realized they weren't just studying my property, they were studying me. My habits, my reactions, my security measures. The camera tampering wasn't meant to be subtle. It was meant to be discovered. They wanted me to know I was being watched. They wanted to see how I'd respond. The police were more interested this time, but their investigation hit dead ends immediately. The cars the mail carrier described were never there when officers drove by. The footage from my hidden camera showed technical expertise that suggested professional training, but the figure remained completely unidentifiable. Weeks passed without incident. I began to think they'd moved on, found a different target. My hypervigilance gradually relaxed. I stopped checking the cameras obsessively, stopped analyzing every unusual sound. Then I found the second X. This one was carved into the wooden frame of my back door, fresh cuts in the paint. It had appeared during a single afternoon when I'd been at work. My new security system had somehow failed to record anything during that exact window. Technical malfunction, the company claimed, unfortunate timing. But I knew better. They'd evolved, learned from my countermeasures, adapted their approach. The second X wasn't just a mark, it was a message. a demonstration that my increased security meant nothing, that they could still reach me whenever they chose. I've been living with this reality for months now. The watching continues, but from a distance that makes documentation impossible. My insurance company has declared my security concerns unfounded after their investigation revealed no evidence of criminal activity. The police file remains open but inactive. Sometimes I wonder if I'm imagining the whole thing, if stress and isolation have made me see patterns where none exist, if the excess were always there and I simply never noticed them before. The mind can play remarkable tricks when it's seeking explanations for things it doesn't understand. But then I remember the practiced way that figure worked on my camera, the systematic knowledge they demonstrated of my property, the deliberate escalation from observation to interaction to message sending. These weren't the actions of someone playing random pranks. They're still out there, still watching, still learning. The question isn't whether they'll make their next move. The question is whether I'll recognize it when they do, and whether I'll be ready for whatever comes after the third X. Story 10, The Hidden Observer. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no trace of it. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door, a door with a weathered handle that required the strength of 3 to pry open. When the door yielded, a rush of stale air, heavy with the scent of damp earth, greeted them. Descending the steps into the darkness, their expectations of finding mere storage were shattered. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows, and on the wall behind the chair, a series of photographs depicting them, images captured from within the confines of their very own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property during the harsh winter months, when the sun set early and the skeletal trees loomed against the cold sky. The 2-story house, with its weathered facade and creaking floors, exuded a charm that drew them in. Little did they anticipate the depth of history woven into the house and how violently it would collide with their present. Detective Sarah Connors, accompanied by her partner, arrived at the property to find the crime scene unit already at work, cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had relayed the unsettling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced ease. The camera flashes intermittently illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously documented the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their collective weight as they descended into the compact basement, a space akin to a standard bedroom, its concrete walls painted a dull gray. In the center stood a single chair secured to the floor, while above it the harsh light bulb cast menacing shadows, twirling slowly in an imperceptible breeze. However, it was the wall of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the back of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The investigation unveiled no signs of forced entry, no evidence of intrusion. The security system had remained dormant, nothing tangible had been pilfered, yet their privacy had been violated, their sense of security shattered. Forensic analysis uncovered a multitude of fingerprints in the basement, predominantly belonging to past owners of the property. A trail of ownership changes over the last decade revealed a troubling pattern, each family departing within a year, selling at diminishing prices. Curiously, none had reported the existence of a basement. We must interview every former owner, Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. As they delved further into the property's history, the case took a chilling turn. Discrepancies in property records emerged: altered blueprints, withdrawn permits, redacted inspection reports. A breakthrough transpired during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His complexion blanched upon glimpsing the basement photos. "That room is non-existent," he insisted, his hands quivering. "I gutted that place to its very foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room but soil and concrete." Extracted from a concealed compartment within the light fixture, digital forensics unveiled a trove of additional images depicting not only the Mercers but preceding families as well. Children slumbering, parents bickering, intimate moments, and mundane routines, all surreptitiously captured by an unseen presence. The discovery took a sinister turn upon unearthing audio files from a weatherproof box secreted in the basement's corner. Conversations recorded in the master bedroom, kitchen, and living room echoed through the space. Although the initial search yielded no hidden microphones, the impeccable sound quality hinted at sophisticated surveillance devices. "Must dismantle every wall," Connors declared urgently. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been observing these families for years." Beyond the photograph-lined wall, investigators uncovered a narrow passageway leading to a secluded monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal replete with meticulous observations concerning each family that had inhabited the house, their routines, their behaviors, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored the handwriting of the property's original builder, Edward Kelvin, a man whose demise during the house's construction raised suspicions. No official records attested to his passing. No funeral rites had been conducted. Edward Kelvin had seemingly vanished from public archives. The journal's final entries spiraled into delirium, with phrases like "they never notice" and "they never perceive me" recurring obsessively. The conclusive page bore a solitary declaration: "The forthcoming family arrives tomorrow." Subsequent fingerprint analysis validated what investigators had begun to deduce: Edward Kelvin had never departed from the edifice he had erected. Instead, he had withdrawn into its concealed recesses, erecting a labyrinth of surveillance points from which to observe the families who believed themselves alone. The pursuit of Kelvin spanned 3 days, culminating in his discovery curled within a crawlspace amidst the second-floor chambers. His emaciated frame, accustomed to navigating the cramped passages he had fashioned within the walls, blinked in the glare of the torchlight. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his private drama. He narrated his observations with the clinical detachment of a researcher scrutinizing subjects. He had refrained from physical contact, theft, or direct interference, opting solely to observe, record, and document. "They welcomed me in," he professed to the investigators, his tone subdued and rational. "They inked the contracts, they became mine." A psychological evaluation unveiled Kelvin's severe delusions, wherein he regarded himself not as an intruder but as a custodian of the property, with the families serving as transient guests in his permanent abode. The Mercers, like their predecessors, forsook the property, forsaking their possessions to depart with only laden suitcases. As the case wound through the legal system, the trial laid bare the expanse of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawlspaces, concealed observation points integrated into the very framework of the house, meticulously planned ere the initial brick was set. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin exhibited no reaction. He had already retreated into the recesses of his mind's architecture, where he could still traverse unseen through the passages of the house that endured now solely in memory. Ultimately, the property succumbed to demolition, its subterranean cavities excavated and filled. Yet, for the families who had resided within, the violation endured. They remained haunted not by what had been pilfered from them, but by the unseen watcher, the silent listener capturing their most intimate moments from within the walls they had trusted to safeguard them. In quiet interludes, they found themselves casting furtive glances at air vents, light fixtures, and the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering whether they were truly solitary now, questioning if they had ever been so. Story 11. The ancient chest lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten treasures in the attic, a relic untouched by time, a silent witness to the passage of years. Among its faded contents were memories captured on Polaroids, snapshots of joy and celebration, of faces long gone but preserved in the sepia tones of nostalgia. Ordinary scenes of family gatherings and birthdays painted a picture of a bygone era, innocent and familiar. Yet one photograph stood out, shrouded in mystery and unease. In that final image, amidst the familiar setting of her own living room, Rebecca discovered a family that was not her own. A woman with sun-kissed hair, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and two children smiled brightly for the camera, oblivious to the sinister presence lurking in the shadows behind them. A figure, barely discernible in the dim light, stood watchful and silent, a silent sentinel in a moment frozen in time. A chill crept up Rebecca's spine as she gazed at the photograph, her fingers trembling ever so slightly as she held it. Descending the creaking wooden staircase, she felt the weight of the house pressing down on her, the vast emptiness of its rooms suffocating her senses. Placing the photo on the cold kitchen counter, she studied it under the harsh glare of fluorescent light, the stark reality of the uncanny resemblance between her home and these unknown faces sinking in. Detective Morgan arrived, a weathered guardian of secrets, his eyes sharp and knowing, his presence a reassurance in the midst of uncertainty. With a practiced hand, he examined the photograph, his touch gentle yet purposeful, flipping it over to reveal its blank back. In a rumbling voice, he inquired about the previous owners, the elusive Nelsons who had passed the house on without a trace. As the investigation unfolded, a web of disappearances spanning decades began to unravel. Families had come and gone, leaving no trace of their existence, their lives intertwined with the enigmatic history of the house. The Sutherlands, the Crawfords, the Mornos all had vanished without a whisper, leaving behind a void that defied explanation. Forensic analysis of the Polaroid revealed unsettling details, pointing to a meticulously staged scene captured by an unseen hand. The shadowy figure in the hallway remained a haunting enigma, a specter of the past looming over the present. Detective Morgan traced a pattern of transient occupants, each family departing after a year of residence, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Digging deeper into the house's dark past, the detective uncovered the enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield, a spectral presence linked to the construction of the very walls that held the secrets of the vanished families. His spectral visage, captured in a single photograph, bore an eerie resemblance to the watcher in the shadows, a connection that defied rational explanation. Beneath the cold concrete of the basement, a macabre discovery awaited, a chilling tableau of preserved lives entombed in the earth, their silent voices echoing through the ages. The camera that had captured their final moments lay among their possessions, a silent witness to their fate. And in the hidden recesses of the attic, a sinister lair revealed the twisted machinations of a voyeuristic obsessor, his journal a testament to a dark obsession that spanned generations. As Rebecca sought refuge from the encroaching darkness, the specter of Samuel Whitfield loomed ever closer, his presence a malevolent force driving her to the edge of sanity. The whispers of the past echoed through the halls, a reminder of the horrors that lay buried beneath the facade of normalcy. The investigation remained unresolved, the house a silent sentinel of unspoken truths, its windows darkened by the weight of untold secrets. Samuel Whitfield's elusive presence lingered in the shadows, a phantom of the past haunting the present. And in the stillness of the night, the sound of a ringing phone pierced the silence, a harbinger of unseen forces at play, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. Story 12. The apartment lay silent and empty for months, a dormant space awaiting life to stir within its walls once more. When the new tenants finally arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps a layer of dust, a few remnants of forgotten furniture. However, one door stood stubbornly closed, refusing to yield to their curiosity. It was a closet, its secrets locked away from prying eyes. After much effort, the landlord managed to force the door open, revealing a sight that sent a shiver down the spines of those present. The walls bore deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with a desperate intensity. In the corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its battery long drained except for a single unread message glowing hauntingly on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had encountered many unsettling scenes in her career, but this one held a different kind of chill in the air. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent narrative woven by those frantic scratch marks a tale of confinement, of struggle against unseen forces. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting marks with his camera, "and fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The ominous message on the phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous figure with perpetually damp hands, recounted that the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vacated the premises abruptly, leaving overdue rent in her wake. "She kept to herself, never caused any trouble," he muttered, his eyes skirting away from the closet. Forensic analysis uncovered multiple blood samples intertwined within the scratches on the walls. Most could be traced back to a single individual, presumably Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old who had been reported missing after vanishing from her daily routines. Yet two distinct DNA profiles emerged from the evidence. One remained a mystery within the databases, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This defies all reason," Shaw murmured as she pored over the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, a convict with a supposed demise in a tragic accident, had left behind fresh traces of his DNA in the confined space of Emma's closet. Emma's apartment whispered tales of a life left unfinished, unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug in the sink, a neatly made bed bearing the weight of absence. Phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of regular calls to her sister, replaced by a flurry of interactions with an unidentified number in the weeks leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name given, just descriptors like intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure following Emma into her building one fateful night, a man in a baseball cap, his features carefully obscured from prying lenses. The pieces began to align when partial fingerprints matching Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's inner doorknob. "He staged his demise," Shaw deduced. "The question remains why and what ties him to Emma." The enigmatic DNA sample led them down a labyrinthine path to another missing person, Lynette Porter, who had vanished without a trace 3 years earlier. Clues linked her to a mysterious woman seen frequenting Emma's abode, weaving a web of connections that transcended time and space. Through meticulous scrutiny of traffic cameras, Shaw uncovered a recurring presence: a car registered under Derek Mercer's mother, spotted prowling near Emma's residence with a driver matching Derek's description. The threads of the investigation wove a grim tapestry, leading them to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family. Behind imposing basement doors, they uncovered Lynette Porter Frail, starved, a spectral echo of the horror Emma had endured. "He forced me to witness," she murmured, her eyes vacant with unspeakable memories. "He said I needed to learn the fate of those who dare to flee." The evidence amassed painted a portrait of Mercer's dark obsession, with dominance journals chronicling his macabre desires, photographs of women bearing uncanny resemblances to Emma and Lynette, and most damningly, video recordings of Emma's harrowing confinement. "She thought she could expose me," Mercer's voice echoed in the chilling recordings. "None shall reveal my truths." The hunt for Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a shadow lurking on the borders of sanity. As authorities closed in, forensic psychologists pieced together a profile that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. Mercer didn't merely seek to end lives, he reveled in orchestrating torment, in witnessing the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. When Mercer was apprehended at a bus terminal, his demeanor remained eerily composed, as if he alone held the key to a cryptic riddle. "She sent that message to herself," he calmly claimed about the phone. "She craved discovery, but she didn't merit salvation." The trial unraveled the intricate web of deceit Mercer had spun to evade justice, crafting a false demise with the aid of a homeless man's dental records. For years, he had prowled in the shadows, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's remains were never unearthed, lost to the confines of that suffocating closet where she had fought her final battle against the encroaching darkness. The cryptic message on the phone stood as her last testament, a silent plea for justice etched in digital ink. After a brief deliberation, the jury delivered a resounding guilty verdict on all charges. As the judge pronounced a life sentence devoid of reprieve, Mercer's lips curved into a faint smile, a cryptic acknowledgement of a reality known only to him. During the sentencing, Lynette Porter confronted her captor in a voice laced with quiet defiance. "He locked us in those cramped spaces because his mind was a prison of shadows, but while he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light of freedom." The case reshaped investigative protocols for missing persons, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational patterns and rental property histories. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's apartment, a stark reminder that horror often lurks not in pools of blood, but in the fervent marks of a soul fighting for survival. Story 13. She entered through the front door, dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned house exuded a sense of frozen time, with peeling walls and furniture cloaked in ghostly sheets. Every corridor led her back to the parlor, a strange loop she couldn't escape. The doors, like portals to nowhere, played tricks on her senses, and when she turned to leave, the entrance had vanished, leaving her trapped in a maze of memories. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body turned the forgotten Victorian into a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind observed silently as forensic experts moved through the eerie rooms, uncovering a darkness deeper than mere local folklore. The house, known for its unsettling reputation, now held secrets darker than anyone could have imagined. The medical examiner's quiet words revealed the truth. Morgan had perished from lack of air, her serene form seated in the parlor, hands folded neatly as if awaiting a guest. No struggle, no signs of a fight. The stillness held a weight that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. Questions lingered as Lind delved into the case. Who had found the body? A real estate agent showing the property, mistaking Morgan for an intruder until they drew near. The house, abandoned since the passing of its previous owner, held a history of neglect and mystery, attracting only the curious and the daring. Morgan, a young scholar captivated by architectural enigmas, had ventured into the house seeking answers. Her journal spoke of strange phenomena, whispers in empty rooms, shifting corridors and doors that led astray. Her obsession with the house's mysteries ultimately led to her demise. As the investigation unfolded, a peculiar detail emerged from the autopsy: traces of a rare substance in Morgan's system, hinting at a reality beyond the physical realm. Her boyfriend's insistence on her dedication to research only deepened the mystery, leading Lynn to uncover a series of cryptic messages on Morgan's phone. Conversations with a mysterious figure hinted at a shared understanding of the house's secrets, of a hidden knowledge waiting to be unlocked. The messages danced on the edge of perception, teasing at truths beyond reach. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural anomalies, emerged as a central figure in Morgan's quest. His alibi checked out, yet his connection to the house ran deep. Family secrets buried for generations shed light on a dark history entwined with the Victorians' walls. The revelation of the claiming, a grim legacy of deaths within the house, added a new layer of intrigue to the case. The presence of ancient artifacts hinted at a force beyond comprehension, a power that transcended mortal understanding. As Lynn delved further, a shadowy figure emerged, a presence unseen yet felt in the very fabric of the house. Partial fingerprints, foreign to all known visitors, hinted at a mysterious intruder lurking in the shadows. Tragedy struck again with Adam Reeves' untimely demise, mirroring Morgan's fate. The key he clutched, a key to the unknown, unlocked a hidden chamber within the Victorian, revealing a truth too unsettling to comprehend. In his final testament, Reeves spoke of perception trapped within the house's walls, of a reality distorted by unseen forces. The truth, a tantalizing whisper on the wind, remained just out of reach, a puzzle with no solution. The case, shrouded in mystery, lingered on, a tale of two souls lost to the enigma of the Victorian. The house, condemned and abandoned, stood as a monument to the unknown, a beacon of intrigue for those who dared to seek its secrets. Whispers of lights flickering in the night, of shadows moving where none should tread, echoed through the town. The legend of the house, a siren song to the curious and the brave, continued to draw in those who sought to unravel its mysteries. Some believed the house claimed those who delved too deep, while others whispered of ancient powers at play, of worlds intertwined in the spaces between reality and illusion. The truth remained elusive, a specter haunting the halls of a house where all doors led back to the beginning, trapping those who dared to venture too far into the unknown. Story 14, the mysterious package arrived without a trace of its origin. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box touched lightly by the morning dew. It wasn't meant for Sarah Miller, yet there it lay, with her correct address but the wrong name. Ignoring it would have been the sensible choice, leaving it untouched on the porch. But curiosity, that insistent whisper, won the battle within her. Slowly, she peeled back the tape sealing the box, expecting mundane contents like books or clothes. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note with a cryptic message, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic tape in her hands, feeling its weight press against her palms, heavier than expected, as if carrying the weight of forbidden secrets. Her fingers traced the worn edges, exploring the small imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, the pen strokes pressed with insistence onto the paper. Meanwhile, the suburban neighborhood outside carried on its usual rhythm a distant dog's bark, the laughter of playing children, the distant buzz of a lawnmower cutting through the serene morning air. Life continued, unaware of the enigma that had just landed on Sarah's doorstep. Bringing the package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. In her nearly 4 years in the house, she had never received mail for someone by that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed to be closer to family. Curiosity warred with unease as she glanced at her old VCR, a relic from days gone by. There was something about the tape that beckoned to her, a mystery shrouded in worn black plastic. Against the voice of reason, Sarah slid the tape into the VCR. Static flickered on the screen at first, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room appeared, illuminated by a single lamp casting long shadows. The camera angle seemed hasty, off-kilter, as if hastily positioned. In the chair sat a man, his face initially hidden in the shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker." His voice, soft yet unwavering, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone found you. And that means they'll find me too." Leaning forward, the man revealed a face marked by exhaustion and vigilance, deep, tired eyes, stubble shadowing his jaw, hair unkempt. "I didn't harm her, I need you to believe that. But they've planted evidence, my fingerprints, my DNA, all of it, though I never laid a hand on her." The camera trembled as Daniel adjusted it, offering glimpses of the bare room around him, empty walls, sparse furniture, the temporary abode of someone ready to flee at a moment's notice. "They set me up. The police report will paint me as her acquaintance, claiming we quarreled, that witnesses heard us in conflict. Lies. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face on the news after her death." His voice faltered, life extinguished, murdered in her own home, and yet my DNA was everywhere at the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez examined the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface, each carrying the same desperate plea from Daniel Whitaker, a man implicated as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, a man who had vanished without a trace when her body was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case seemed straightforward, a young professional woman found strangled, no signs of forced entry, indications of a struggle. And the evidence, seemingly ironclad, pointed unequivocally to Whitaker, whose fingerprints matched those at the crime scene from a past minor offense. Witnesses placed him near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Cell phone records tied him to the vicinity on the fatal night. A closed case until the arrival of the tapes. "The tapes complicate matters," Detective Ramirez murmured into her recorder while updating her case files. "Whitaker is either orchestrating an elaborate diversion or revealing something far darker." Her evidence board displayed snapshots of Catherine Walsh, her smile frozen in company events, crime scene photos too grim to dwell on, maps pinpointing the delivery spots of the packages, and at the heart, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo, his gaze haunting. The tide of the investigation shifted when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in blowing the whistle on her employer, PharmaCorp, a potent pharmaceutical giant with governmental ties. Walsh had stumbled upon irregularities in their drug trial data, evidence of concealing severe side effects in a rush to launch a new medication. She was set to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, glancing nervously at the door. Catherine had proof, documents revealing top brass knew and buried the problems. The trial loomed. Oddities began to surface. The DNA evidence seemed too precise, appearing in illogical locations at the crime scene. Testimonies regarding Whitaker sounded rehearsed, echoing the same scripted phrases across different accounts, and the security footage from nearby buildings inexplicably corrupted during the crucial time frame surrounding the murder. 3 days after the initial tape, Sarah Miller received a second package. This one held a trove of evidence, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email transcripts, all from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital seal, an irrefutable testament to her accusations. Detective Ramirez connected with other tape recipients, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked in IT security for a PharmaCorp contractor, never crossing paths with Catherine but stumbling upon her name flagged in a peculiar security alert he wasn't meant to access. They were surveilling her, Whitaker detailed in a subsequent tape that emerged. I saw the watch orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence. And then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became a perpetrator. The breakthrough came when Sarah Miller noticed a crucial detail on her tape that had eluded others, an obscured reflection in a window behind Whitaker, revealing a line of storage units. Teaming up with Detective Ramirez, they pinpointed the location. Within Unit 217, they unearthed the truth, Whitaker's journal unraveling the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had amassed, and damning blueprints for framing Whitaker, penned in the handwriting of PharmaCorp security head, a former detective with access to evidence procedures. Justice didn't arrive in a blaze of glory, but through the steady accumulation of evidence impossible to refute. Executives faced charges. The security chief confessed, striking a deal to testify against his superiors. The tainted drug was yanked from consideration. Emerging from seclusion, Daniel Whitaker bore the scars of his time on the run, a changed man. Charges against him were dropped, but the ordeal had etched its mark deep. Sarah met him once as he reclaimed his tape. They exchanged a few words on her porch, the very spot where the package had first landed. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" He regarded her wearily. "The algorithm chose you. I needed individuals unconnected to me or Catherine, those off their radar, those who might still trust their judgment amidst the media's guilty verdict." The erstwhile suspect and the accidental witness stood in contemplative silence, pondering the fragile boundary between justice and manufactured lies. Sarah spoke at last. The wrong address turned out to be just right. The VHS tapes found their way into evidence, tangible reminders that truth, at times, arrives in unexpected guises, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting the curious souls willing to delve within. Story 15. The village whispered about the dwelling at the edge of the forest, a house forgotten by time. It stood solitary, its windows shrouded in darkness, its porch bowing under the weight of countless seasons. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its builder. But when a cluster of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld a peculiar sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ancient omens. And at the conclusion of the list, pristine and untouched, appeared a name unfamiliar to all. Until one of them murmured, voice quivering, "That name belongs to me." In the still of the night, a call came through. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice at the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who stumbled upon his name engraved on the abandoned abode. The responding officers anticipated nothing beyond juvenile mischief, perhaps a jest among companions, yet what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the woods. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, casting light upon the worn front of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly vanishing against the weathered wood. Others remained sharp as though freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still bearing traces of new sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his breath forming mist in the crisp air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be known." The inquiry commenced with background checks on each name inscribed. The findings sent a chill through the detective team. Every name corresponded to an individual reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. Yet all shared a haunting similarity: the individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts photographed each engraving, documenting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The records recounted a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned. Search parties unearthed naught but a lone hiking boot beside a babbling brook. Detective Keller extensively interviewed Mason. His account remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the area beyond this particular hike with 4 university companions. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his background linked him to any of the other names adorning the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's comrades. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken during their journey. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts espied something disquieting. A blurred figure loomed in the backdrop of 3 separate photos. The figure resembled a slender, towering man, always partly obscured by trees. "We encountered no one else on the trail," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the interior of the residence. The edifice appeared forsaken. Dust cloaked every surface. Furniture lay shattered and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers stumbled upon a harrowing tableau. Personal effects belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged meticulously on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets. Each tagged with a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. The forensic team worked systematically, cataloging every item. Under ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, years of marks someone had endeavored to erase. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled no bodies interred beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs indicated repeatedly near the rear of the property, where the forest loomed thickest. As the inquiry heightened, Detective Keller observed peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He recounted strange incidents, whispers beyond his abode, footprints in fresh snow leading to his threshold but not away, specters peering from the street. The department assigned an officer to safeguard him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough materialized when researchers unearthed land records buried in county archives. The residence had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors seldom glimpsed him, detailing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who shunned discourse. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance never formally probed. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the adjacent forest. The search party uncovered a series of rudimentary hunting blinds, strategically stationed along popular hiking routes. Within one, they discovered a journal replete with meticulous observations, depictions of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The handwriting mirrored samples found in Victor Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries grew increasingly unsettling over time. Initial pages delineated hunting strategies for animals. Subsequent entries portrayed humans as quarry their behaviors, weaknesses, and methodologies for their acquisition. The final pages contained intricate narratives of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate accounts of how he selected his prey. The manhunt for Blackwood extended across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal sensors scoured the forest. Tactical units meticulously combed every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect surfaced. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his domicile discovered the entrance ajar, the chambers vacant. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, appeared a solitary sentence: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The quest for Mason persisted for weeks to no avail. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic technicians made a grisly revelation. Concealed behind a false partition in the basement, they unearthed a small workshop containing woodworking implements, jars of timber preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name not yet affixed to the outer wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial examination. The technician had called in sick that morning and could not be contacted by phone. Authorities erected a continuous surveillance perimeter around the residence. Camera systems documented every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and slender, moving with an eerie grace. The figure advanced directly toward the house, seemingly unfazed by the surveillance. As tactical units closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. Upon restoration of the system, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under constant vigilance. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other wooded regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among law enforcement officials. Some officers shun uttering them aloud, others steer clear of the case entirely. And local hikers now steer clear of the dwelling, fearful that mentioning it may somehow add their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken. The Story 16, The Whispering House. She desired to refresh the nursery before the new arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a hue that whispered stories of years long gone. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden secret emerged from beneath a message, faint at first, then sharp and clear. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched as she stepped back, noticing tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for a child to reach. This eerie discovery within the nursery of the Morgan household marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian home at a remarkably low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the residence, notebook in hand. A pregnant woman, her belly round beneath paint-splattered overalls, answered the door. Dark circles framed her weary eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. Trembling, she recounted finding the message and handprints, explaining how the previous owners had abruptly fled in the dead of night, leaving without a trace. Walking through the historic abode, Detective Klein's steps echoed on weathered floorboards. In the nursery, she inspected the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still visible. Beside it, 5 small handprints marked the wet paint at an adult's shoulder level. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records. The house had changed hands numerous times in 3 decades, each family staying briefly. Disturbingly, child welfare reports hinted at unsettling occurrences involving whispers and unseen presences. Further investigation unveiled the house's previous owner, Alina Blackwood, a widow who ran an orphanage there. 5 children had vanished under her care, their disappearance shrouded in mystery. Former residents shared tales of unexplained phenomena, rearranged toys, ghostly laughter, and drawings on walls. The recurring message inscribed beneath layers of paint hinted at a sinister past, linking back to Alina's twisted experiments. A breakthrough came when ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the basement floor. Workers unearthed 5 child-sized remains, confirming the tragic fate of the orphans. Luminol exposed countless handprints on the nursery walls, invisible to the naked eye, as if the children had tried to escape their imprisonment. Alina's journals unveiled her macabre intentions, hoping to siphon the children's energy for her own longevity. The victims were laid to rest, their names finally acknowledged as murder victims. Despite justice served, an inexplicable presence lingered in the house, manifesting through whispers and phantom handprints. The nursery walls were raised during cleanup, yet workers reported spectral whispers within the debris, refusing to return after sundown. The house, tainted by its dark history, was condemned, a chilling reminder of the lingering spirits. Detective Klein preserved a photograph of the glowing handprints, a haunting testament to crimes that transcend time and paint, leaving an indelible mark on the souls trapped within. Story 17: The Whispering Walls. The aged apartment exhaled with a weary sigh, its heating system groaning in protest, the pipes rattling like a distant echo. These sounds, though unsettling to some, were dismissed as the norm by those who dwelled within its weathered walls. But one resident, a woman whose name has since been etched in the annals of mystery, heard more than just the typical creaks and murmurs of the building. It began as a faint whisper, a delicate thread of sound that wove its way through the vents, reaching her ears with an eerie clarity. It wasn't the casual chatter of a neighbor or the hum of machinery, it was a voice, soft yet unmistakable, calling out to her in the stillness of the night. Intrigued and unnerved, she pressed her ear against the metal grate, her heart quickening its pace in anticipation. As if in response to her silent inquiry, a breath of icy air brushed past her cheek, followed by a voice that danced on the edge of playfulness. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of stoic resolve, found herself drawn into the enigma that unfolded within the vacant apartment. Her gaze fixed upon the rusted vent cover, forcibly detached from its rightful place. The forensics team moved around her with practiced precision, capturing the scene with flashes of light that illuminated the shadows of the unknown. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence noticed only when the scent of decay crept into the building manager's awareness. What awaited within the ventilation system defied logic and reason, shrouded in a veil of perplexing whispers and chilling revelations. Officer Patel, his voice a somber melody, recited the details from his notepad. Alina had voiced concerns about hearing voices through the vents, a plea that had fallen on indifferent ears under the guise of an aging heating system's quirks. Shaw knelt beside the vent, her sharp eyes tracing the desperate marks etched into the metal, a silent testament to a struggle unseen. Fingernails, driven by fear and desperation, had clawed at the edges of the vent cover from within, a haunting realization that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. Alina, a beloved educator with a penchant for nurturing life in all its forms, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Her students, unaware of the darkness that encroached upon their teacher's world, had crafted cards imbued with innocence and concern. Her sister, a pillar of strength amidst crumbling uncertainty, spoke of Alina's descent into paranoia, her conviction that unseen eyes watched her every move. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils, Shaw found herself peering into a world where reality blurred with nightmare. The meticulously arranged apartment, the lingering presence of a solitary chair beneath the vent, spoke volumes of a silent observer, a hidden force that had made its presence known through whispers carried on unfelt winds. The revelations gleaned from the forensic analysis painted a portrait of horror. Fibers entwined in the vent grating mirrored the fabric of Aliner's cherished cardigan. A foreign fingerprint, a ghostly imprint of an intruder, lingered on the inside of the vent, cover a silent accusation against the unseen malevolence that had claimed Aliner's life. In the solitude of her car, rain cascading in a rhythmic cadence upon the roof, Shaw listened to the recordings extracted from Aliner's phone. The spectral voice, barely a whisper in the vast expanse of silence, reached out from the void, its words laden with a chilling familiarity that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. The building, a silent witness to a tapestry of tragedies, harbored a dark secret within its time-worn walls. Previous tenants, their lives intertwined by threads of fear and dread, had fled from unseen specters that lurked within the shadows of whispers and murmurs. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent whose demeanor concealed a labyrinth of secrets, stood at the nexus of the unfolding mystery. His calm facade cracked imperceptibly as Shaw delved into the history of apartment 4B, a place tainted by the echoes of unseen eyes and unheard voices. A hidden passage concealed behind a veil of ignorance bridged the gap between reality and nightmare. Within its narrow confines lay a trove of artifacts, a testament to a voyeur's obsession, a predator's silent vigil. Shaw's orders led to the unearthing of a hidden truth, a revelation that tore the veil of illusion asunder. Weber's abode, a facade of sterile perfection, concealed the darkness that festered within. His meticulously catalogued files, a macabre archive of violation and intrusion, bore witness to a twisted dance of intimacy forged through silent whispers and stolen glances. The storage unit, a sepulchre of memories and mementos, revealed the extent of Weber's depravity. Trinkets and tokens, preserved with a reverence bordering on madness, stood as grim testaments to lives intertwined and shattered by unseen hands. In the dead of night, as the world slumbered in blissful ignorance, Weber's arrest marked the end of a reign of terror that had spanned years. His words, tinged with a madness that transcended comprehension, echoed through the walls of the interrogation room, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked within the shadows. The trial, a somber affair cloaked in the veil of justice, bore witness to the clash of light and darkness. Weber, a specter of malevolence clad in human form, faced the scales of judgment, his fate sealed by the weight of his sins. As the echoes of the courtroom faded into silence, Shaw stood at the threshold of a void left in the wake of a nightmare's end. Weber's parting words, a haunting refrain that lingered in the air like a spectral whisper, carried a chilling truth, a truth that resonated through the empty corridors of the vacant apartment building. The whispers, carried on unseen currents, lingered in the air like a ghostly echo, a reminder of the darkness that had once claimed dominion within those walls. Residents came and went, their lives intertwined with the lingering specters of the past, their nights haunted by the echoes of a tragedy best left forgotten. The apartment building, a relic of bygone days, stood as a silent sentinel to the horrors that had transpired within its walls. Despite the veneer of normalcy that cloaked its aging facade, the whispers persisted, carried on the breath of the wind, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the threshold of perception. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a symphony of forgotten echoes that wove a tapestry of mystery and dread. It was nothing unusual, at least that's what they told themselves. But deep within the shadows, a truth lingered, a truth whispered by the walls themselves, a truth that refused to be silenced. Story 18. The new occupants initially brushed off the peculiar crackling of the old intercom system late at night as a harmless quirk, a relic of the past, reconfigured but left to gather dust in obscurity. Then one fateful night, the husband's curiosity got the best of him, prompting him to press the button. A faint whisper crackled through the aged speaker, sending shivers down his spine. Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing quietly behind him, denied ever uttering those words. The Victorian manor stood serenely amidst ancient oak trees, its worn façade concealing the modern comforts within. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the estate at an unexpectedly low price, with the real estate agent displaying unease during the walkthrough. The vintage intercom system, linking all the rooms, had captivated the history enthusiasts and sealed the deal. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, the gravel murmuring beneath the tires of her unmarked car. Initially reported as a possible break-in, there was an undertone in the dispatcher's voice hinting at a deeper mystery. Daniel Parker, his pallor stark even in the dim light of the porch, welcomed Detective Reeves. It all began with the intercom, he recounted, guiding her through the grand entrance. First just static, then whispers, followed by complete sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard them too. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, her hands clasping a steaming mug that she left untouched. We made a discovery behind the wall, she divulged without preamble. Daniel was expanding the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, was a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, donning gloves, gingerly flipped through its fragile pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the presumed previous owner. The entries chronicled her escalating suspicions regarding her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The final entry, 30 years old, Daniel elaborated. And then silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation unveiled Vincent and Alina Blackwood as the former proprietors of the house. Documents indicated Vincent's prompt sale of the property after Alina allegedly departed. No divorce records, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name post the journal's final entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to meticulously scour the property. Using ground-penetrating radar, anomalies surfaced beneath the shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the female skeleton, bearing signs of skull trauma, belonged to a woman in her 40s. A gold wedding band engraved with "To Alina, my eternal love" was found among the bones. The case against Vincent Blackwood rapidly solidified. Despite his advanced age and residence in a care facility, he comprehended the gravity of the allegations. When confronted with the evidence, his response sent chills through even the seasoned detective. She wouldn't cease her incessant chatter, Vincent's voice eerily composed. Through that cursed intercom, incessantly checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she reconnected it herself, claiming she wanted a permanent line of communication, no matter where I roamed in the house. His vacant gaze met theirs. All I craved was silence. In his confession, Vincent disclosed the meticulous fabrication of Alina's abandonment, even sending forged postcards from different locales, fooling the neighbors. He had resided in the house for years, walking daily over the very ground concealing his wife's remains. The trial was swift, with Vincent pleading guilty to the murder. The presiding judge acknowledged the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long charade that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they held a poignant memorial for Alina in the now-restored garden. The subsequent owners removed the intercom system during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the extraction, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival, pondering on how the house itself had transcended time to unveil its hidden truth. The scales of justice had finally tipped in Alina's favor as Vincent's heinous acts came to light. Among local law enforcement, the case earned the moniker, "The House That Answered Back." Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would slow down, window cracked open slightly, tuning into the whispers carried on the gentle breeze. Story 19. In the quiet of the night, a faint sound broke through the static airwaves, a mere pocket dial, a glitch in the universe. The operator, on the verge of dismissing it as a harmless anomaly, hesitated as a voice emerged from the crackling abyss. A woman's voice, barely audible, whispered urgently, "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended, swallowing the words whole. The trail led to a derelict house, its walls echoing with a history long forgotten, shrouded in mystery. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn into the enigma, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic message that lingered in the stale air. The abandoned property, once belonging to the Sullivan family, stood as a silent witness to the secrets it held within its decaying walls. The tragic fire that had ravaged the West Wing had driven the family away, leaving the house to succumb to the relentless march of time. As Morgan delved deeper into the puzzle, she uncovered unsettling truths that defied logic and reason. The phone, perched innocently on the kitchen counter, seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its screen casting an ethereal glow in the dim light. The call had been made mere moments ago, yet the house bore no signs of intrusion, no disturbances to betray the presence of an unseen visitor. With each replay of the haunting whisper, Morgan's unease grew, the cryptic message echoing in her mind like a ghostly refrain. The phone, a relic of the past, held the key to a mystery that defied the boundaries of the living world. The spectral voice, laden with desperation and fear, seemed to bridge the gap between the realms of the living and the dead. As Morgan and her partner, Detective Walsh, delved deeper into the enigma, they uncovered a tangled web of secrets that tied the present to a tragic past. The number traced back to Catherine Sullivan, a woman long departed from the realm of the living, her voice reaching out from beyond the veil of death. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit neatly together, leaving the detectives grasping at shadows in their quest for answers. The forensic team's findings only deepened the enigma, their search yielding no tangible evidence to unravel the mystery that gripped the abandoned house. The whispers of the past lingered in the air, a spectral echo of a life cut short by tragedy and betrayal. As the investigation unfolded, the truth began to unfurl like a dark tapestry woven with threads of deceit and manipulation. The journal, unearthed from the depths of Catherine's past, revealed a harrowing tale of love turned to obsession, of trust shattered by betrayal. The final entry, a chilling testament to a life in peril, shed light on the darkness that had enveloped Catherine in her final days. Morgan's confrontation with Mark, the shadowy figure looming at the heart of the mystery, brought the truth to light in a blaze of revelation. The buried secrets of the past rose to the surface, exposing the sinister machinations that had led to Catherine's untimely demise. The echoes of the past reverberated through the halls of justice as Mark's crimes were laid bare for all to see. The spectral phone, a harbinger of truth and justice, stood as a silent witness to the unraveling of a dark and twisted tale. In the end, it was not the whispers of the dead that sealed Mark's fate, but the relentless pursuit of justice that brought him to account for his sins. As the darkness receded, leaving behind a trail of shattered illusions and broken dreams, the phone lay silent in its final resting place. The legacy of Catherine's voice, a whisper from beyond the grave, echoed through the hallowed halls of justice, a testament to the enduring power of truth and the resilience of the human spirit. And in the stillness of the night, the phone's phantom ring seemed to fade into the ether, a ghostly reminder of a life cut short but never forgotten. Story 20, the worn envelope tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp, as if it had just traveled through time to reach its destination. The detective's hands moved with caution as she unfolded the letter within. The paper, bearing a message typed in a hurried, uneven script, whispered of secrets long kept. "I am sorry for what I did." The words echoed softly in the room, carrying a weight that seemed to seep into the very air around them. The detective's fingers, gloved in a shield of detachment, felt a dampness on the paper, a faint scent of iron lingering like a ghostly presence. It was only when her gaze fell upon the reddish smear along the edge that realization dawned. It was not just a letter, it was a confession written in blood. Detective Sarah Morgan, a master of unraveling mysteries woven in shadows, preserved the letter in an evidence bag with a reverence born of experience. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The crimson stain was not mere ink, but the life essence of another, a DNA match to an unsolved homicide case that had cast a long shadow over the department. The victim, a bright soul named Rebecca Warren, had met a tragic end in her own sanctuary, bearing wounds that bore witness to a violent struggle. Her absence had left a void in the world, a story left untold. The letter, a harbinger of truths long buried, had found its way to the homicide division, a silent messenger from the shadows. Its paper whispered of a tale untold, of a life cut short by darkness. The fingerprints it bore were but faint echoes, whispers of a presence long gone. The postmark, a breadcrumb in the labyrinth of the unknown, beckoned the detective to follow its trail into the heart of the mystery. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan unveiled the letter, a shard of light in the darkness that shrouded their path. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm in the midst of uncertainty. "Our killer has broken their silence, their remorse a beacon in the night." Detective James Chen, a steadfast companion in the dance of shadows, offered a counterpoint to the fragile hope blooming in the room. "Or perhaps," he mused, his gaze fixed on the letter, "it is but a mask, a guise to deceive us." As the investigation unfurled its tendrils into the labyrinth of the past, the typewriter's whispers led them to a bygone era, a relic of a time long faded. The hunt for the typewriter, a vessel of secrets, drew them into a web of hidden truths, a tapestry woven with threads of deception and longing. Rebecca's life, a tapestry of courage and determination, unfolded before their eyes, a portrait of a soul unafraid to confront the shadows. Her pursuit of truth had led her into the heart of darkness, where secrets lay buried like bones in the earth. The echoes of her voice lingered in the room as the detectives delved deeper into her world, seeking answers in the silence that surrounded her absence. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, stood at the crossroads of memory and truth, his past entwined with hers in a dance of shadows and light. With the arrival of a second letter, the shadows deepened, the whispers of the past growing louder with each passing moment. The typewriter's voice sang a mournful song, its keys a chorus of regret and longing. She knew too much, it confessed, its words etched in blood, a plea for absolution in a world stained with sin. The mansion of the deceased patriarch, a monument to a bygone era, became the stage for the final act of the tragedy that had unfolded in silence. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the center of the storm, his gaze a mirror of the past he sought to bury. As truths came to light, like stars emerging from the depths of night, the detectives uncovered a tapestry of lies woven with care and cunning. The blood-stained letters, remnants of a soul laid bare, spoke of sins unforgiven, of shadows that refused to be banished. In the end, it was not the high-tech marvels of the modern age that unveiled the truth, but the echoes of the past, the whispers of a typewriter that bore witness to a soul in torment. The weight of guilt, a burden too heavy to bear, had led the killer down a path of shadows from which there was no return. The case of Rebecca Warren, a tale woven in shadows and light, became a testament to the power of the human spirit, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. And as the final echoes of justice rang out, the detective knew that some mysteries were meant to be unraveled, their truths a balm for the restless soul. Story 21, in the beginning there was just a flicker, a small anomaly in the baby monitor's feed. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, attributing it to some technical glitch. But then the audio crackled and a voice, soft yet chilling, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine as her blood turned to ice. With a heart pounding like a drum, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, devoid of its precious occupant. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only unsettling sight was a stuffed rabbit, abandoned on the floor, its glassy eyes fixed in a haunting gaze upon her. Rebecca's screams pierced the night until her voice grew hoarse, her cries echoing through the walls, reaching the ears of concerned neighbors who promptly alerted emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her huddled on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, her world shattered by the inexplicable disappearance of 4-month-old Samuel. The subsequent investigation yielded scant leads, puzzling the seasoned investigators. No signs of forced entry marred the pristine home, the security system undisturbed throughout the night. The recorded footage from the baby monitor revealed nothing extraordinary, save for that eerie voice and the crackling static that accompanied it. How could an intruder slip into a locked abode, snatch a child, and vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a disturbed stuffed animal? Suspicion fell upon Rebecca, especially considering her troubled state following Samuel's birth and her battle with postpartum depression. The whispers of the community painted her as the culprit, casting a shadow of doubt over her grief-stricken heart. Then a glimmer of hope emerged, a breakthrough in the form of microscopic fibers found on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household textiles or the family's attire. These fibers hinted at a skilled intruder, perhaps accessing the second-floor nursery from the outside using a rare climbing rope. The focus shifted, revealing security footage from neighboring homes depicting a mysterious figure skulking in the shadows on the fateful night. A distinct footprint in the garden soil, matching a specialized boot favored by military personnel and seasoned climbers, further fueled the investigation. As Daniel, the husband returning from a business trip, faced scrutiny, his newfound hobby of rock climbing and peculiar calluses on his hands raised eyebrows. Financial records unveiled unsettling details, a hefty life insurance policy taken out on Samuel, clandestine calls to an unknown number that ceased prior to the abduction. Dark secrets unfurled as Daniel's double life came to light, a second family hidden from Rebecca's knowledge. The plot thickened with each revelation, leading to a shocking twist. The baby monitor, once dismissed as a mere device, emerged as a pivotal piece of evidence. Digital forensics uncovered a sinister hack, revealing that the voice wasn't emanating from within the nursery, but had been surreptitiously broadcast to the receiver by an external source. The trail of the intrusion led investigators to a nondescript residential basement, where they stumbled upon a harrowing sight: Samuel, alive and well, under the care of a woman named Elaine. Her vacant gaze betrayed a troubled soul as she was apprehended, her connection to the family unraveling through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine, Daniel's first wife haunted by a past miscarriage, had orchestrated the abduction out of a deluded sense of reclaiming what she had lost. Despite Daniel's protests of innocence, digital breadcrumbs led to his complicity. Trial laid bare the chilling truth, with enhanced audio from the baby monitor unveiling Daniel's presence at the scene, his cough a damning echo of his involvement in the nefarious scheme. The courtroom hushed as justice was served. Daniel and Elaine met with severe sentences for their crimes against innocence. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a fresh start, far from the shadows of the past. The case sparked a revolution in abduction investigations, prompting a reevaluation of nursery security nationwide. Parents fortified their defenses, wary of the ever-evolving tactics that preyed on vulnerability. Samuel, shielded from the trauma of his infancy, grew up oblivious to the night that fractured their family. Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit, a haunting relic tucked away in a closet, a silent witness to the truth that unfolded through the whispers of the baby monitor, a truth veiled in darkness, awaiting its moment to be revealed. Story 22. The worn plank shifted under her weight, releasing a faint creak that beckoned her curiosity. Kneeling down, her fingertips traced the edges of the board, sensing a hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, narrow space beneath her dwelling. Initially shrouded in dust and cobwebs, the hidden chamber slowly revealed its secrets to her adjusting eyes: a mattress, a solitary chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with the repetition of a single name: her name. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the darkness beneath her newly acquired home. Beyond the mere discovery of a concealed room, a deeper fear flickered in Sarah's eyes: an intrusion into her sanctuary, a violation of her newfound refuge. "Do not disturb anything further," Detective Reed's voice, steady yet commanding, cautioned. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating walls adorned with surveillance photograph snapshots capturing Sarah's every move, her every interaction, a shrine of fixation hidden beneath her very feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of the reclusive Walter Green, an elderly man who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property, vacant for months before Sarah's arrival, had seemed charming and in need of minor repairs according to the real estate listing. No mention of the hidden chamber had surfaced during inspections or negotiations. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's words drifted softly. "The neighbors spoke of his seclusion. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That was what the inspection report indicated." Crime scene investigators arrived, their tools clattering against the wooden floors as they delved into the hidden space. Every detail was meticulously documented, evidence gathered, and the mattress, chair, and notebook carefully extracted. Forensic analysis unveiled a multitude of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the covert chamber. What unsettled the investigators most was the timeline they unraveled. Through utility records and dated photographs within the hidden room, it became evident that Walter had been shadowing Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise. He had woven himself into her daily life, a ghostly presence she had never perceived. This level of fixation often escalates, the department's psychologist remarked during a debriefing. From fantasy to meticulous planning, the hidden room suggests a transition towards more direct intentions. Detective Reed's investigation took an unforeseen turn upon interviewing Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance department. Fidgety and evasive, the man admitted Walter would speak of her, likening her to someone from his past. I dismissed it as an old man's infatuation. I never imagined. Did he articulate any schemes involving her? Reed inquired further. Not explicitly, but he would mention how she belonged with him. I assumed it was mere rambling, the coworker confessed, eyes fixed on his trembling hands. Securing a warrant to inspect Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing, led to a key incongruous with any locks in his residence. Tracing the serial number revealed a storage unit registered under his name. The metallic door grated open to reveal an eerie replication of Sarah's former abode within furniture mirroring her apartment down to the smallest details. A mannequin, adorned with a wig mimicking Sarah's hairstyle, sat at a replica desk. A calendar marked a date just a week following Walter's sudden demise, circled in red with a solitary proclamation, "Together." Digging into Walter's past, they unearthed a history of institutionalization due to an infatuation with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a fixation on an imagined romantic connection despite evidence to the contrary. Released and living uneventfully until Sarah crossed his path, setting off dormant obsessions. At the precinct, Reed spread out crime scene photographs, revealing Walter's delusional belief in a destined union with Sarah. In his mind, they shared a unique bond, destined to be united. Could she have encountered him unknowingly, triggering this fixation? A colleague speculated. Reed shook her head. There's no concrete link. Sometimes obsessions need only the slightest catalyst. A passing glance, a fleeting smile. For someone like him, that sufficed. Choosing to sell the house, Sarah could not shake the unease that lingered within its walls. During her final walkthrough with the realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped protectively around herself. "I cannot help but ponder what might have unfolded if he had lived longer," she murmured. "If I had not noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his gaze, to the secrets concealed beneath my feet?" Following Walter's demise, the investigation was concluded, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, despite the absence of an actual abduction. Sarah, opting for a fresh start, relocated, altering her routines and guarding her privacy vigilantly. Detective Reed sporadically checked in, a silent acknowledgement of the narrow escape Sarah had endured, on the precipice of becoming another tragic statistic. The cottage passed into the hands of a young couple, unaware of its ominous past. The hidden room was sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life marched forward, yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor served as a haunting lesson, a reminder of unseen perils, of monsters who slip through the cracks, and of survivors who narrowly skirt their own demise. Story 23. The old Polaroid held secrets long buried in the layers of time, a relic of forgotten birthdays and smiling faces. Among the flickering candles and familiar scenes, a hidden presence lurked, unnoticed by all but the keen-eyed daughter who stumbled upon the box of memories. Sarah Winters, tasked with clearing her mother's attic after the solemn echoes of a funeral, unearthed a simple cardboard box labeled Memories. Within its confines lay a treasure trove of faded photographs, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from her childhood. Initially, the discovery should have brought solace and nostalgic journey through happier times. Yet, as Sarah delved deeper into the snapshots, a chilling realization took hold. In each photo, a shadowy figure lingered in the background, inching closer with each passing moment. The man, obscured by darkness and mystery, stood just outside the warm glow of family gatherings, a ghostly presence unclaimed by memory. A sense of foreboding gripped Sarah's heart as she pieced together the unsettling progression. From a mere silhouette on the outskirts of the frame during her 7th birthday to a haunting presence looming behind her uncle, the figure seemed to weave through the snapshots with deliberate intent. No one in the photos acknowledged his existence, as if he existed only in the captured moments of time. With trembling hands, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigma that tainted her cherished memories. His initial denial gave way to a sharp intake of breath as he too beheld the spectral intruder haunting their family's past. Detective Marcus Reed, a stalwart presence in the realm of shadows and truths, listened intently as Sarah laid bare the haunting evidence before him. As rain tapped against the windows of the precinct, casting ethereal patterns of light and dark across the room, the detective scrutinized each photo with a keen eye. The gradual progression of the mysterious figure through the gatherings painted a portrait of silent malevolence, a presence unrecognized yet undeniably real. The chilling truth unfolded before them, shrouded in the whispers of the past. Facial recognition software faltered in the face of the enigmatic figure, his identity carefully concealed in each frame as if mocking the very essence of surveillance. However, a breakthrough emerged from the depths of digital enhancement and meticulous scrutiny. Details once hidden in shadow emerged: a scar, a ring, a reflection, each a piece of the puzzle that led to a chilling revelation. Dental records tied the spectral figure to a man long vanished from the annals of justice, a maintenance worker named Robert Keller, implicated in unsolved child abductions that had plagued the region decades ago. His phantom presence in the family photos unveiled a sinister connection to tragedies long forgotten, a thread of darkness woven through the fabric of innocent celebrations. The excavation of Keller's past revealed a chilling trail of evidence buried beneath the foundations of his former residence: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all remnants of lives lost to his twisted desires. The closure brought by the identification of remains near the vacation properties marked a solemn victory for justice, though tainted by the echoes of unspeakable loss. Alone in the quiet of her apartment, Sarah gazed upon the final birthday photo, its warmth juxtaposed by the chilling presence that had haunted her past. The figure, a specter of malevolence and hidden truths, watched from the shadows, a silent guardian of forgotten horrors. The box of photos, once a repository of cherished memories, now stood as a testament to the unseen threats that lurked within the captured moments of time. In the stillness of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, Sarah closed the lid on the box of memories, knowing that some secrets were meant to remain buried in the shadows of the past. The phantom figure, once a ghostly specter in the family album, had stepped into the light of justice, his legacy of darkness finally unmasked after years of silent vigilance. And as the world slept, the hidden figures of the past whispered their tales of caution and remembrance, a lullaby of mysteries unveiled in the quiet depths of the night. Story 24. The aged library faced its fate of demolition, with the workers nearing completion of the task. Amidst the flurry of activity, one worker stumbled upon a concealed latch within a bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire shelf swung open, revealing a hidden passage leading to a forgotten room. The air within was dense, untouched by human presence for decades. Inside, there was no furniture except for a solitary chair bolted to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message lingered: "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly radioed for the police, sensing that something ominous lurked within the hidden chamber. What had started as a routine demolition now took a sinister turn, captivating the attention of Detective Morgan Walsh. With 20 years of experience in law enforcement, Walsh had encountered his share of peculiar crime scenes, yet nothing quite like this eerie discovery. Standing in the doorway of the hidden room, Walsh's flashlight pierced through the darkness, casting an unsettling glow on the walls adorned with the cryptic message. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The backstory of the building added layers of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. The library had once belonged to the prominent Harrington family, who had generously donated the establishment to the public following the baffling disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing during her final year of college had left a void, her absence shrouded in uncertainty despite extensive investigations. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed strands of hair and fibers embedded in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells were discovered amidst the scratches on the wall, hinting at a tumultuous struggle that had taken place within those walls. The chair was designed for restraint, the forensic analyst remarked, pointing out the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still affixed to the arms. Whoever was held here fought fiercely. Walsh delved into the history of the Harrington family, intrigued by the timing of the library's donation to the community shortly after Rebecca's disappearance. A peculiar connection began to emerge, raising suspicions about the family's involvement in the enigmatic case. Further investigation unveiled a disturbing revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records hinted at substantial payments to the contractor, far surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's peculiar insistence on preserving that section of the building untouched during renovations. She recounted how he spent countless solitary hours in that area, a detail that now took on a sinister significance. The investigation took a chilling turn when DNA evidence linked the biological material from the hidden room to samples from Rebecca's personal belongings. The grim truth began to unravel. Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive behind the clandestine walls, possibly by a member of her own family. Armed with a search warrant, detectives combed through the Harrington estate, leading to a pivotal discovery in Maxwell's study, a hidden journal chronicling his disturbing fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. "She threatened to expose me. I had no choice. The room will keep her silent." Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Maxwell's composed facade crumbled, revealing a chilling confession. "Rebecca was a threat to everything I had built," he admitted coldly. "I had to silence her to protect the family name." Maxwell's revelation unveiled a harrowing tale of betrayal and tragedy. He had lured Rebecca to the library, intending to imprison her until she relented, but a fatal altercation had ensued during her escape attempt. In a panic, he had concealed her remains beneath the floorboards, sealing the room to conceal his heinous act. Excavation beneath the hidden room unearthed Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet her parents had bestowed upon her. The Harrington family faced Maxwell's sentencing, finding closure amidst the somber acknowledgement of justice served. The library's demolition was indefinitely halted, transforming into a site of remembrance and contemplation. Community members paid tribute with floral offerings, honoring the life snuffed out prematurely and the truth that had awaited discovery behind a veneer of secrecy. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's desperate plea etched on the walls, "I am still here," ensured her memory endured, a poignant reminder that justice, though delayed, ultimately prevails, casting light on the darkest of secrets. Story 25: Reflections of Identity. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Yet a subtle unease lingered in the air. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire familiar. Still, an unsettling feeling crept upon her, a flicker caught in the periphery of her vision, a motion not of her own making, and as she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, sparked by a disquieting incident in her bathroom. What transpired next would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over a tranquil community for years to come. Rebecca resided solo in a modest apartment nestled within a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she kept to herself while maintaining amiable relations with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm dictated a life governed by routine and precision. No hint of her demeanor foretold that she would become the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal enigmas of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Rebecca noticed minor displacements of objects in her living space. Items shifted, not missing, merely rearranged. A coffee mug relocated to a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush out of its usual place. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to the long hours spent engrossed under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, poring over spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement commenced when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these unsettling occurrences, finally sought the aid of authorities. Initially deemed non-criminal, the case was perceived as more suited for mental health services than law enforcement. Shaw acknowledged the report but consigned it to the stack of low-priority cases. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later attested. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror episode. During her subsequent interaction with the authorities, Rebecca recounted the experience vividly, how her reflection appeared to move independently, the sensation of being surveilled even in solitude. This time she provided evidence, footage from a security camera she had installed aimed at her front door. The footage unveiled a sight that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet 20 minutes later, an identical figure to Rebecca entered the apartment using a key. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, but found none. The individual mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building miles away. "We are faced with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "An individual who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny precision." The probe intensified. Fingerprints within the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's customary comings and goings. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned a peculiar encounter where she greeted Rebecca upon her return home one evening but received no response, a departure from her usual conduct but not deemed alarming. Rebecca initiated a journal documenting the disturbances. Minor alterations within her abode multiplied. Food vanished from her refrigerator without her recollection of consuming it. Her computer displayed searches she had not conducted. Most disconcerting were the photographs found on her phone selfies resembling her, yet taken without her knowledge. In some, her countenance appeared slightly askew, the smile too wide or the eyes too intense. "I feel as though I am descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third interaction. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this delusion." The breakthrough emerged when a pattern in the security footage was unearthed. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Someone possesses an intimate understanding of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is not arbitrary, it is targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they were dealing with a fixation case, an individual fixated on emulating Rebecca, assimilating into her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences, though rare, were documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator usually underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation homed in on Lily Winters, a former colleague mentioned by Rebecca, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared characteristics. Post her dismissal, she dispatched a series of unsettling emails to Rebecca, one stating, "We could be mirror images," and another unsettlingly claiming, "Sometimes I feel more you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to scour Lily's abode. What they stumbled upon metamorphosed the case from unsettling to harrowing. A chamber in Lily's dwelling had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Walls adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her abode, shopping, socializing, all captured without her knowledge. A closet harbored exact replicas of Rebecca's attire. Makeup brands identical to those favored by Rebecca adorned a vanity alongside meticulous notes detailing her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had filmed herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was palpable: initial attempts awkward and blatant, subsequent ones nearly indiscernible from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," murmured Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She did not merely imitate me, she sought to obliterate me." Forensic specialists unearthed sophisticated tools for fashioning key duplicates and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had upheld an elaborate mechanism for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with precise projections of her agenda. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate intent. Journals discovered in her residence contained erratic entries alternating between the first and third person, occasionally referencing Rebecca as me and her in the same passage. The final entry sent shivers down the spines of those investigating. "Soon, only one of us will prevail. The stronger entity shall endure." Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Traces of hasty departure littered her abode, drawers ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was relocated to a secure haven under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every locale linked to her past life was monitored by authorities. Lily never materialized. The enigma took a chilling turn when a security personnel at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. A figure identical to Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid identification card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained ensconced in protective custody at a fortified sanctuary, incapable of being present at the office. The implications crystallized. Lily had not fled, she had made her move. She had assumed Rebecca's identity, stepping into her existence while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved. Lily Winters continues to evade capture. Rebecca Thorne opted not to reclaim her former life, instead forging a new identity at an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, two women strikingly similar in appearance. One embodies Rebecca Thorne, the other signifies Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking disparities, the nuances that would differentiate one from the other. The truly chilling facet Shaw often imparts to fresh recruits in the force is not that someone might resemble or sound like you. It is the fervor with which they seek to assume your identity, erasing themselves in the process. Identity is not solely what we project outwardly, it is what we safeguard most zealously, and sometimes we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to seize it.
Story 26.
The dwelling had stood deserted for an age, shrouded in whispers of a vanished young woman. No soul had graced its threshold since her unexplained departure. Yet as the fresh inhabitants ventured inside, they encountered a bedroom sealed from within. Upon breaking the barrier, they were met with a stagnant atmosphere, burdened with the weight of neglect, but an eerie anomaly lingered. The bed lay immaculate, the looking glass gleamed spotless. A lone candle had dripped away to a mere remnant, its essence frozen like crystallized tears. And there it lay, the journal, unveiled to a page adorned with fresh ink. The final entry bore the date of her disappearance. Detective Morgan delved into the contents of the journal while forensic experts combed the room for traces. The script belonged to Elise Winters, a young woman of 26, reported missing by her kin almost half a decade prior. Her script flowed gracefully across the pages, methodical and precise until the closing entry where the ink bore down with a force, leaving impressions on the following blank sheets. I sense his gaze upon me tonight, the last words read. The same vehicle has circled thrice. I've called out for aid, yet none lend credence. If fate should befall me, know it was no chance occurrence. The detective sealed the journal in an evidence pouch. The tang of dust and another elusive scent lingered in the air. The landlord loomed in the doorway, visage drained of color. We scoured every nook ere listing it for lease, he mumbled. That door was never locked. Elise had toiled as a legal assistant at Harriman and Associates, a reputable firm entwined in high-stakes litigations. Colleagues depicted her as diligent, devoted, yet increasingly withdrawn in the lead-up to her vanishing act. She commenced lingering late, her superior disclosed to the investigators in a recorded session. Noted she unearthed irregularities in the Westridge acquisition files, figures altered, papers backdated. The detective scrutinized photographs of Elise copper locks, earnest eyes framed by spectacles, perpetually attired in professional garb. The figure captured in the snapshots appeared too composed to simply fade into obscurity, too methodical to depart without a trace. The boudoir divulged scant clues, no signs of strife, no sanguine stains. Merely a suspended moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out briefly, intending to return promptly. The candle residue on the desk bore a somber hue, devoid of aroma. Beneath it, the wood bore the remnants of heat. What did you uncover? Inquired Morgan of the lead forensic analyst. multiple sets of fingerprints, mostly degraded with age, yet the intriguing part lies in the absence. The doorknob was scrubbed clean inside and out, same with the window fastenings. The investigative team dismantled the baseboards, probed behind outlets, sought out concealed recesses. When a loose floorboard near the closet was raised, a waterproof container emerged, holding a flash drive and a key. The key unlocked a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Within lay another flash drive and a trove of documents. The papers unveiled financial transactions betwixt Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several Harriman and Associates partners. Digital sleuths salvaged the data from both drives. Revelations surfaced in the form of audio recordings and spreadsheets chronicling tampered data from Westridge's premier drug trial, Nurapax. The audio logs featured Elise's voice entwined with that of Vincent Harriman, the firm's senior partner. "These figures mustn't see the light of day," Harriman intoned in one recording. The adverse effects manifested in nearly 40% of subjects, not the 4% we averred. "Should this leak, our firm crumbles and Westridge shares plummet to naught. Lives are at stake," Elise countered. "The seizures occur precisely as the initial reports foretold." "This discourse remains undisclosed," Harriman retorted. "Recall our covenant, what's spoken within these walls remains here, for all our sakes." Detective Morgan reached out to pharmaceutical regulators, who affirmed the quiet withdrawal of Nurapax from the market following a cluster of fatalities mirroring the side effects delineated in Elise's clandestine files. Subpoenas were issued for Harriman's personal and corporate records. No direct link to Elise's disappearance surfaced until charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation abode on the day of her vanishing came to light. When the property was scrutinized, minute traces of blood matching Elise's genetic profile were unearthed despite the meticulous scrubbing. The proof was indirect yet damning. The enigma of the sealed chamber persisted until Morgan reviewed surveillance footage from neighboring abodes. A figure akin to Harriman's stature was observed approaching the residence on the storm-laden night of Elise's disappearance. The recordings captured his ingress, yet no egress could be discerned through the conventional exits. The sleuth revisited the chamber with a structural engineer. Together, they unearthed a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels traversing beneath several blocks of aged residences in the vicinity. The passageway had been cloaked with fresh drywall, blending seamlessly with the original facade. Vincent Harriman was apprehended during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he professed his innocence, asseverating that Elise had planned to abscond with the incriminating documents. She was unhinged, paranoid, he maintained in his defense. She fabricated proof to besmirch the firm post her promotion denunciation. The jury dissented. Footage salvaged from Elise's covert camera nestled within a bookend on her shelf depicted Harriman entering her sanctum that fateful eve. The recording ceased abruptly as he advanced towards her writing station. Prosecutors posited that after slaying Elise, Harriman secured the chamber from within using a simple contrivance of string and hook, absconding through the concealed passage. He revisited years later, ere the new lessee's arrival, ensuring naught remained to incriminate him. Unwittingly, he preserved the tableau precisely as investigators required it to be found. Harriman was adjudged guilty of first-degree murder, notwithstanding the absence of a corporeal form. The pharmaceutical magnates implicated in the chicanery faced discreet indictments. The kin of patients felled by Nurapax's repercussions instigated a class-action suit that laid bare systemic corruption. At the sentencing assembly, Elise's mother addressed the tribunal. "My daughter's chamber stood undisturbed, encapsulating the verity she sacrificed to unveil." She never truly vacated that chamber. Her quest for fairness lingered locked within, awaiting discovery. The novel occupants never took up residence. The domicile now stands deserted once more, its secrets laid bare yet not erased from memory. Locals shun passing by after nightfall. Some profess glimpsing a glow in the upper casement, the chamber where a maiden made her ultimate stand against potent figures who deemed their misdeeds impervious to exposure. Justice arrived for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the legacy she left behind. The chamber she never wholly abandoned became both her sepulcher and her testimony. Story 27. The gentle current flowed lazily that morning, the water shimmering like liquid glass under the soft sunlight. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially mistaking it for a pile of discarded clothes, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he approached and caught a whiff of the thick, cloying scent emanating from within. Chains wrapped the case, their edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, it wasn't garments they found inside, but a haunting discovery. Hair, fingers frozen in a chilling grip, and at the very bottom, a note that sent a shiver down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with foreboding as she took in the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark hair and now pallid skin from the water's touch, lay there, a macabre puzzle waiting to be solved. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail before the body was gently taken away. What struck Mercer most wasn't the manner of disposal, but the peculiar care taken with the victim's appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in expensive attire. "She wasn't just dumped here," Mercer murmured, her eyes fixed on the muddy shoreline where the water whispered its secrets. "She was arranged, displayed." The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her high-end listings. Divorced, childless, she lived alone in an affluent neighborhood, her life a tapestry of ambition, precision, and secrecy. Colleagues painted a picture of a woman dedicated to her craft, a perfectionist who never missed a beat. Her sudden disappearance, flagged by her concerned assistant when she failed to show up for a crucial showing, set off alarm bells. She wouldn't have missed that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale meant everything to her. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept modernist home, they found a pristine facade that seemed almost too perfect. Designer furniture meticulously arranged, not a speck of dust in sight. Yet a whisper of disarray caught their attention in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent chills down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A digital trail unveiled a series of unsettling emails in Walsh's inbox, messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same eerie phrase, "I see your perfection," sent consistently at the same time each day. Her internet searches hinted at a growing unease, a quest for security measures and personal protection devices. Mercer pieced together the fragments of Walsh's life, the meticulous killer's handiwork at the crime scene, and the chilling revelations from her digital footprint. "Our perpetrator is deliberate," she confided to her partner. "This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a meticulously planned ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawn shop owner recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the items pawned. The culprit, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, emerged from the shadows. Surveillance footage painted a damning picture of Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times under the cloak of darkness. A search of Linden's modest abode uncovered a chilling gallery of photos, images of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some faces were harshly crossed out in red ink. Walsh was but one piece in his twisted collection. Hidden behind a false wall in his closet, investigators unearthed a shrine of possessions belonging to each victim: a lock of hair, stained tissues, keys, receipts, a shrine of obsession and darkness. The interrogation room turned icy when Lyndon was brought in. His demeanor remained eerily composed, his soft voice carrying a disturbing calmness. They were flawed, he finally stated, devoid of emotion. They paraded their perfection, but I saw through the facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray, her lipstick never quite perfect. Her perfection was a lie. The hunt for the first two victims hinted at in his note led detectives to remote locations where two more suitcases surfaced, each holding a woman akin to Walsh, each a real estate agent boasting of their meticulous attention to detail. Lyndon's trial proceeded with stoic silence from the families of the victims, their grief a heavy cloak in the courtroom. As Lyndon received a life sentence without chance of release, Detective Mercer found closure in bringing justice to the victims. Yet shadows of unanswered questions lingered. What drove Lyndon's fixation on these particular women? What inner imperfection was he desperate to erase through his macabre acts? The river continued its timeless journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the gruesome tale. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk rested copies of those haunting journals, a reminder that within the veneer of ordinary lives, darkness could lurk, that sometimes the most dangerous predators walked among us, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the mask of perfection to slip and reveal the horrors beneath.